Okay. There we go.
No, yeah, we can hear your phone call, so you might want to shut your mics off.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to another exciting night of Laker football right here in 89.3 Lakes FM, Civic Center TV. We're all across the web tonight, too. Go to civiccentertv.com and you can watch our game there tonight. All over social media as well. Great place to watch us tonight is on Facebook Live. Go to the West Bloomfield Schools Facebook Live page. And then, of course, you can go to civiccentertv.com, Laker Sports, and watch and listen to us there. And then a whole new way to watch everything here on Laker Sports on Friday night is to just go to My Michigan TV. My Michigan TV. We are delighted to have you here. Tonight's broadcast brought to you by a number of really wonderful people, including the fine people at Orchard Mall, and a bunch of others. We'll get to all of our sponsors here in just a couple of minutes. So it's a very special night tonight. It's West Bloomfield and Clarkston. Both of these teams in the OAA Red coming in tonight 3-0. This is the clash that we thought was going to be the big clash next week. Well, it's the first episode of the big clashes of the OAA Red. As Clarkston beat Rochester Adams last week, they come in 3-0. Your Lakers also 3-0 with the biggest test of the season right around the corner. But the other really big story tonight is we got a ton of people in the parking lot. It is family fun night, and right in the middle of all of it is our own Tyler Keefe. Good evening, Tyler, and how about family fun night, huh?
Yeah, you said it best, Dave. I am right in the middle of it. There's plenty to do right behind me. There's all around me. Even way beyond the camera, we got the military, we got Channel 7, we got plenty of community organizations here. It really is a fun night for the entire family, for the entire community, learning more about the people that are protecting our community and some of our great community organizations. And it's also a really special night for West Bloomfield High School. They're celebrating 50 years of operations here at this location since 1972. They're going to have ribbon cutting at the front of the school to commemorate those 50 years and that jubilee later on as well. And then, of course, we got this great football game tonight. That's pretty cool, too.
Well, it is going to be really very exciting. And just back to the high school thing for a minute, it's really exciting for me and my family. My mother, Agnes Scott, was on the school board when the building was built. Her name's on the big plaque as you come into the school. I remember when I was a kid that Mom would bring the designs of the school home, and the school board was actually looking at it, and we laid it all out on our kitchen table. And you know, when we were doing that, I never thought that 50 years later I'd still be here up in the broadcast booth and have the benefit of having this long-term association with the West Bloomfield Lakers in this great program. So very exciting for me personally, and a very cool. Tyler, we got a really good shot view on camera right now by our booth, and we can kind of look around and see a lot of different things going on. I know you're going to have an opportunity to walk around, take our roving camera, and see and talk to some of the other people. But do me a favor, with this being a huge game against Clarkston, and there's some other shots, thank you, John Atwater, can you measure this against family fun nights of the past?
I think this one's got the biggest implications of the past. I mean, we saw a couple of years ago, there was another Clarkston game here on Family Fun Night. That's typically the third game of the year, the second OAA Red Division game for the Lakers, but really this has big league implications. You think about it. Should Clarkston win this game, you have three teams at the top of the division, arguably, they're going to each be contenders with one loss. Clarkston coming in tonight 2-1, they would be 3-1. The Lakers would then be 3-1. Stony Creek, if they win tonight, would be 3-1. Same deal for Rochester Adams. And then next week, West Bloomfield ends up playing Lake Orion, and that's also going to be Rochester Adams. And then 2 weeks out, they played Lake Orion, who is also having a pretty good season. Same thing with Oxford. The game tonight will determine really who's in the driver's seat for the rest of this season.
All right, very good, Tyler. Really appreciate it. And it is a huge game tonight. And it really not entirely the way we thought. We thought that next week's game in Rochester Adams is going to be the really big game of the season. But Clarkston, what a great perennial powerhouse they are. And they continue to show that they are a team to be contended with. So it's turning out to be a very interesting night tonight. And Tyler, the biggest test so far of the West Bloomfield Lakers. But we'll have plenty of time to talk football throughout the evening. Let's talk family fun night here. We're going to take a break. Tyler, as you can see right now in our video, is in the parking lot here at West Bloomfield High School. It's family fun night, and it's West Bloomfield and Clarkston. We've got it on the radio. We got it on TV. We are going to take a break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. I want to thank everybody here. Eugene is here. John Atwater is here. The Catonis are here. We got our whole television crew here, and we are really excited because you are here tonight for the broadcast. Dave Scott up in the booth. Tyler in the parking lot at Family Fun Night. We'll be back in a moment. You're watching and listening to Laker football.
Wake up, Greater West Bloomfield. Start your mornings with The Splash and tune in for The Splash Live. Get acquainted with people, places, and activities that are live, local, and for you. First thing in the morning, weekdays at 9:30 a.m. on our Civic Center TV YouTube page, or watch us live at Civic Center TV or on Facebook. The Splash Live, Greater West Bloomfield's live update show. Fire Prevention Week is just around the corner. Join volunteer, part-time, and on-call firefighters at this year's Fire Open House. Catch up on your fire safety knowledge with live demonstrations and hands-on activities. Chat with local businesses and resources about fire prevention, see some familiar faces, fight future fires, and make some new friends. The West Bloomfield Fire Open House, October 2nd from noon to 3 p.m. at Fire Station 1 on Orchard Lake Road. Mark your calendars for the 11th Annual Family Fun Night at West Bloomfield High School. Stop by on Friday, September 16th at 5 p.m. for an evening of free, fun activities as we honor our military, police, and fire heroes. Plus, stick around to see Laker football take on Clarkston at 7 p.m. To find out more, scan the QR code on your screen or visit wbsd.org/community/family fun night. Hey Laker fans, do you know a friend or neighbor that volunteers in Greater West Bloomfield? We would love to help you recognize them at the 51st Annual Michigan Week Awards. Countless members of the communities of Orchard Lake, Keego Harbor, Sylvan Lake, and West Bloomfield give their time and talent daily without regard for recognition. You can help recognize these individuals and organizations at our awards breakfast next year on May 12, 2023. Nominate your neighbor or organization starting January 28, 2023. Go to michiganweek.org for details. Plan a day out, enjoy an exquisite dinner, or soak in the atmosphere at Orchard Mall in the heart of West Bloomfield. Between Maple and Orchard Lake Road, capture the moment at Frameable Faces. Wrap up your back-to-school shopping at Guys and Gals, or get presents for your pet at Premier Pet Supply, and so much more. Visit the Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield, and consider visiting November 26th for their Small Business Saturday. Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield.
Welcome back, Laker football right here at 89.3 Lakes FM, lakesfm.com, Civic Center TV. We're on the Facebook page of the West Bloomfield Schools. We're on YouTube. I don't think I mentioned that earlier. Go to YouTube Live and you can watch a game. And then, of course, be sure to tune in on My Michigan TV. Go and install the app on your phone, install the app on your smart television. One of the many ways to watch. Tyler couldn't stand being in the press box. Tyler could not stand being in the press box for tonight's pregame and looking out at the Clarkston Wolves. Tyler, it's got to be painful for you to watch the Wolves, given the fact that they wear the maize and blue helmets, very much like those guys down at Ann Arbor.
It's incredibly painful, but what helps ease the pain is knowing that the big man in 72 for the Wolves, who's going to be wearing that ugly winged helmet tonight and those disgusting colors on his jersey, is going to be in green and white next year, playing for Mel Tucker and Company in East Lansing, a far superior college town than that gross city.
Oh, geez, here we go. All right, well, hey, look, it makes it a lot of fun tonight as these two programs, regardless of who your affiliation is with on Saturday, these two programs, this is it. If you think about Michigan State on Saturday, on Friday night, you're thinking in the OAA in Oakland County, you're thinking about West Bloomfield, and you're thinking about Clarkston. There's no bigger game tonight. We're going to have a huge crowd here. Already have a huge crowd with Family Fun Night with all of our first responders. Good to see the coaches wearing their camouflage in honor of Family Fun Night. And the big 50th celebration of West Bloomfield High School going on right now. So if you're in the area, get down and enjoy all the fun before the game, and then stick around for what is going to be an excellent football game. Tyler, let's talk a little football for just a minute, and then we're going to take a break and get back to Family Fun Night activities. West Bloomfield has not really been completely tested this year. Agree, disagree?
Oh, I totally agree. I think that really last week was a little bit of a test in terms of misdirection and a little bit more of a dynamic offensive matchup for West Bloomfield for that defense. But this is really going to be the big test. There's so much talent on that Clarkston team. They're great at executing a game plan, a well-coached team, a senior and junior laden team as well, and it's going to be tough for them. They're going up against only the second 3,000-yard rusher in the history of the Clarkston Wolves football program in Ethan Clark, and Michael Hine, their quarterback in the maize and blue, number 8. He's a tough guy to play against too. 200 yards passing last week, over 100 yards rushing, and for the first offensive play of the game, took it to the house against Rochester Adams.
West Bloomfield, ranked 4th or 5th in the state, predicted to win this game. Surprised or not surprised, Tyler Keefe?
I'm not surprised. The way they come out the gate, they've been potent on the offensive end. They've been very tough to play against on the defensive end. The question is going to be, how do they maintain that momentum? We've seen in the first 3 games of the season that they have gotten down by a small deficit, early scores for their opponents, and then they've pretty much shut them down from that point. Are they going to be able to do something like that against Clarkston? I don't think that they will. This is a much tougher team to do something like that against. It's a very high-powered team offensively and a team that's pretty stout defensively as well, especially in the secondary, which is West Bloomfield's strong suit. So I think West Bloomfield does have the edge tonight. However, it's not going to be quite as easy as it's seemingly been in the first 3 weeks.
Last week's victory for Clarkston over Rochester Adams. Upset or no big surprise?
I think it's a bit of an upset. Rochester Adams came into the season, many returning players, a runner-up in the championship game a year ago, losing to Belleville, another familiar foe for the West Bloomfield Lakers. And for Clarkston, a team that had a little bit of rebuilding to do in the last couple of years and had some talent to regenerate, particularly in the skill positions. But these are 2 teams that should never really surprise anybody when they have success out on the gridiron. You think about the pedigree of Clarkston football, they're not gone for long, Dave.
Rick Nance coming out party tonight or maybe down the road?
I think it's going to be down the road, Dave. This is a very tough team to play football against, especially on the run. Excellent linebackers in their defensive core, especially Kavanaugh Dighton, the middle linebacker in the number 11. He is a tough guy to run against, physical player, big-bodied guy at the middle linebacker position. And for Rick Nance, he's going to have to be more of a game manager, I think, tonight than a mobile quarterback. He's got the skills to do that. It's going to be tough to make that happen against a team like Clarkston.
And the final big question of the night, Tyler Keefe is on camera. Dave Scott's face not on camera. Good or bad?
I think that's bad for everybody, Dave. Look, you got to pick your poison, but this is quite a lot of poison right here, I got to tell you.
All right, Tyler Keefe in the parking lot, Dave Scott in the press box, Clarkston, West Bloomfield on the field. Family fun night, a huge crowd expected. We had over 2,000 people a couple of weeks ago, and I expect even a bigger crowd tonight. High school football extravaganza at its best. Laker football here at the Swamp. Get down here if you're not here already. Stay tuned for what's going to be a great game. Don't go away. We got a lot more coming up. We'll be back with Tyler at Family Fun Night. Yours truly in the press box in just a minute. You are watching and listening to Laker football.
Wake up, Greater West Bloomfield. Start your mornings with The Splash and tune in for The Splash Live. Get acquainted with people, places, and activities that are live, local, and for you. First thing in the morning, weekdays at 9:30 a.m. on our Civic Center TV YouTube page, or watch us live at Civic Center TV or on Facebook. The Splash Live, Greater West Bloomfield's live update show. Fire Prevention Week is just around the corner. Join volunteer, part-time, and on-call firefighters at this year's Fire Open House. Catch up on your fire safety knowledge with live demonstrations and hands-on activities. Chat with local businesses and resources about fire prevention, see some familiar faces, fight future fires, and make some new friends. The West Bloomfield Fire Open House, October 2nd from noon to 3 p.m. at Fire Station 1 on Orchard Lake Road. Mark your calendars for the 11th annual Family Fun Night at West Bloomfield High School. Stop by on Friday, September 16th at 5 p.m. for an evening of free, fun activities as we honor our military, police, and fire heroes. Plus, stick around to see Laker football take on Clarkston at 7 p.m. To find out more, scan the QR code on your screen or visit wbsd.org/community/family fun night. Hey Laker fans, do you know a friend or neighbor that volunteers in Greater West Bloomfield? We would love to help you recognize them at the 51st Annual Michigan Week Awards. Countless members of the communities of Orchard Lake, Kego Harbor, Sylvan Lake, and West Bloomfield give their time and talent daily without regard for recognition. You can help recognize these individuals and organizations at our awards breakfast next year on May 12, 2023. Nominate your neighbor or organization starting January 28, 2023. Go to MichiganWeek.org for details.
Welcome Welcome back to Laker football right here at 89.3 Lakes FM, lakesfm.com, CivicCenterTV.com. Watch the game in full, high definition on the web. Go also to the West Bloomfield Schools Facebook page. A lot of fun to watch it there. And if you're a fan of YouTube, go to YouTube and just put in Laker football live, and we're going to be right there. This, your community, I've been looking around, and I ain't bragging, but, I'm proud. I've been looking around, and there's no other high school program in southeastern Michigan that has weekly television coverage like we do. We're really glad to be here with you tonight with this huge game. And if you're not a Laker fan and you're a Clarkston fan, hey, we invite you in too. It's going to be a lot of fun for you. And of course, it'll be very nice to you. But, we're Lakers, so just understand. But it's really exciting to have West Bloomfield and Clarkston. And this game doesn't happen without an incredible Clarkston team coming in here. And the Wolves, we salute you tonight. And all the fans that are tuning in from Clarkston, we thank you very much for being here. But it is Family Fun Night in West Bloomfield, and the guy right in the middle of all the action is our own Tyler Keefe in the middle of Family Fun Night. Down to you, Tyler.
Thanks, Dave. I'm here with Renee Flewer from the Rotary Club of West Bloomfield. Renee, tell us first about Rotary and what its mission is here in West Bloomfield and really in so many communities throughout Michigan and around the world.
Yes, Rotary is a worldwide organization, a service organization. So we volunteer with various projects. We take action in our community and around the world. Today we brought the shelter box, which is what we send out when there has been a tragedy, a disaster worldwide. And our Interact Club, which is the high school Rotarians, have brought out their shelter box today, and you'll see that it is fully equipped to help someone rebuild their lives. It's not only shelter, but it comes complete with water filtration and those necessary items, including the volunteers to assist a community.
What's great about, you mentioned the Interact Club too, I want to talk about that because what is it like for you as a member of the Rotary Club and the other adults that are in that club to see that next generation already so committed to service, not just here in West Bloomfield, but from West Bloomfield to communities local and around the world?
It really warms my heart to see that these students are embracing taking action in their own community. Those who are in the Interact Club often go on to be in the Rotaract Club, which is organized at the university level, and some other communities have them as well.
And then what are some of the overarching messages that you're trying to get out to the community tonight about Rotary and why people should get involved?
Well, one of the coolest things is that there is something for everybody, Kyle. We focus in 7 different areas. We're concerned about the environment, literacy, clean water and sanitation, literacy, maternal and child health, peace and conflict resolution. There's something that's going to touch everyone's heart, and it's a great way to get involved and have great impact.
Well, Renee, thank you very much. Appreciate it and everything that you and the Rotary Club do right here in West Bloomfield. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, Dave, we've got another special couple of guests coming through in just a moment here. We got the Marines with us as well. I'll kick it back to you for just a moment. We'll get the Marines over here for more. Dave.
Semper Fi, Tyler. I appreciate it. No problem. Dave Scott up here in the broadcast booth. Tyler Keefe is, of course, down at the Family Fun Night festivities. Lakers, you see them on the field right now getting ready for tonight's contest. Your West Bloomfield Lakers come in tonight 3-0 on the season, a perfect record, but clearly they have not been tested to the degree that we expect them to be tested tonight as the Clarkston Wolves, a perennial strong team here in Oakland County, comes in this year with a new head coach, Coach Richardson, who coaches the team for decades, has moved on, and now we have a new coaching staff, a new regime, but still the same amazing tradition, and we got a great tradition. Anytime Clarkston comes in, they're our chief rival in the OAA Red, and anytime Clarkston comes in, you know it's going to be an awful lot of fun on the football field, and tonight will certainly be the case. West Bloomfield 3-0, Clarkston 3-0, and this is going to be a great contest. And as we talked about earlier, it's not that the previous teams weren't very good. They were all very good, but tonight is going to be a serious test. Talking about a serious test, let's go back down to Tyler Keefe. He is standing with a member of the United States Marine Corps. And Tyler, don't mess this interview up. This is an important one. Down to Tyler Keefe on the field.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. So please introduce yourself and thank you very much for your service.
Yes, I'm Staff Sergeant Giovanni with the Marines. I'm here to support, everyone, the players, the students, the faculty, they take care of us, so it's, I feel like it's my duty to take care of them as well.
And for you and for others who have served or are serving our country, seeing this sort of a turnout and this sort of a message from our community of their thanks as well, for those that are in service, what does that mean to them?
Well, it means like a sense of pride, like a lot of us, we do this to make ourselves better and try to better help the community and have better relations with, everyone we meet. We feel a little bit better about ourselves because we're doing something different, not of the norm.
And it speaks to the message of service from the Marine Corps and from other branches of the military as well. It's not just about defending the country overseas, but it's also about supporting the country right here in the U.S. and Americans around the world. Can you speak to that level of service and what the Marines are doing beyond, of course, combat and defense to spread that message worldwide?
Yes, we try to get in touch with everyone we can, help anyone possible. A lot of kids want to, learn about what we have to offer and maybe make them successful for the rest of their life. A lot of things we teach them and give them are a lot of skills that you can utilize and to make you successful for the long term, not just short term.
Staff Sergeant, before we let you go, any other messages you'd like to say to the West Bloomfield community or the greater community beyond West Bloomfield from the Marines?
I just want to say thank you to everyone, that's watching, that's supporting us. Keep supporting us, and I will always be here to support everyone else.
We will support you as well. Thank you so much, Staff Sergeant.
Hey, Tyler, he's getting away. I was going to say, ask him if he's a Laker fan. I mean, you got to know that.
Sure Marines, Lakers, they go hand in hand. Dave,
yeah.
I'm going to send it back to you, but we got one of the organizers of this event. I'll be right back with you then.
All right, we're going to stick around here. Tyler up in the press box. I'm up in the press box, rather. Tyler Keefe is down at Family Fun Night. There's a look at the field, and it's going to be a great night tonight. It is the West Bloomfield Lakers taking on the Clarkston Wolves. We are really excited also that next week we will be on the road, and we're going back to the scene of the crime next Friday night. And we want to thank all the guys at Rochester Adams for allowing us to bring our entire broadcast crew over to Adams. It's going to be a huge game. We're the only video coverage next week of this incredibly important game. West Bloomfield, Rochester Adams. Make sure you tune in right here on Civic Center TV, part of our season-long coverage. So far, we've had every game on TV, and hopefully they're getting better every week, and we thank you for your support of these broadcasts. And we couldn't be more thrilled to have such an incredible product to bring to you, the West Bloomfield Lakers, and all the amazing opponents that they play. We started off, of course, down at Wayne State, had a great game back here, good game last week over at Stony Creek. Lakers are 3-0 now. Rochester Adams fell last week to these Clarkston Wolves. And if you take a look back at the last couple of games, I think you easily have to say the Lakers clearly favored. Tonight, a little bit more question. Tyler and I will talk about that and talk about the incredible strengths and both of these teams and the great rivalry. But right now, let's head back down to Family Fun Night and check it again one more time with my colleague, Tyler Keefe.
Thanks, Dave. I'm here with Julie Beatty. You will recognize her from the West Bloomfield School District's Board of Education. She's also one of the organizers of this event. And Julie, as you're organizing this event, what is the focus of the group that is organizing this to spread a great message of service in the community, but also to recognize those who are conducting that service?
Yes, well, what West Bloomfield School District has the unique composition of having 4 different communities within the school district. So this is an opportunity to bring all of those communities together and support and really drive that Friday night's light, that small town feel, coming back after the summer, welcoming everybody back to this school and the school year, and really driving that sense of a smaller community within this larger one. And I did want to take an opportunity to thank all of the greater West Bloomfield community leaders who participate in this, and there's way too many of them to list. But without all of this hard work of the entire community coming together, we wouldn't have this opportunity not only to create this feeling of the community, but also to thank the men and women of service who are there for us on the front lines every day, whether it's the fire department, the police, the Marines, the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, all the armed forces. So we really wanted to be able to recognize these people, have that opportunity, at the same time building this sense of community for our school district.
What went into this specific family fun night? It's always a great event every year, but this being the 50th anniversary of West Bloomfield High School, how did that add a new special wrinkle to this year's event?
It's so much history. It's the 50th anniversary of our high school. Another group is celebrating their 30th anniversary, the reunion. It's Friday Night's Lights against Clarkston, so it's also going to be the high school takeover Friday night of the weekend. We have Mojo showing up from 95.5. We had Channel 7 here. And it's just wonderful to be back and be able to get together again as a community and thank everybody and just really hang out with the kids.
And Julie, before we let you go, I want to get your thoughts on tonight's game, West Bloomfield and Clarkston, really fighting for the top of the OAA Red. Who you got tonight? What's your score prediction?
Score prediction. I'm going to say it's going to be 23-20 WB.
There you hear it first.
Go Lakers!
Go Lakers. Thank you so much, Julie. We got plenty of Laker football coverage coming up, Dave. We'll go back to you, and then we got a game and a half out. It's going down to the wire.
All right, Tyler. Well, we're going to get you back up here. We'll spend another minute or two with you down there. Then we'll get you back up here to the press box to get ready for football. If you're watching right now, it's Family Fun Night. That was Tyler Keefe at Family Fun Night in the West Bloomfield parking lot. And what you're seeing right now on TV is the coin toss. And, they're the Lakers, and we could see a number of the Lakers with their backs to us in their green and white uniforms, their home uniforms, dark green. And certainly on the other side of the Clarkston Wolves, still both teams working on getting ready for the game. The coin tosses happen. We'll see what the officials have to say here, and then we'll go to break. We don't generally get a chance to catch this, but it's really nice on TV. And unlike the NFL version of this, they're not used to having television coverage, so they're not making a whole lot of effort to make sure that we see. It looks like the Lakers won the toss. That'd be my early estimate based on the conversations going on down there. Hopefully we'll get an indication in a couple of minutes. That's Amir Herring, big number 56, one of the captains of the Lakers, having discussions. They're setting the teams up on opposite sides here. We'll get the official signals from the coaching, not the coaching, but from the officials down here. And it looks like Clarkston will receive. Lakers must have won the toss and decided to defer. And they did. So the Lakers will kick it off as we start this contest. Clarkston will get the ball first. We'll see their offense in the beginning stanza of this broadcast. So don't go away. We're going to take a break. It's the game we've all been looking forward to. Family Fun Night, West Bloomfield 3-0, Clarkston 3-0, and it's all coming up here live. Don't go away. Back in a minute on Civic Center TV, all of our social media outlets, and, of course, on the radio right here on 89.3 Lakes FM.
Wake up, Greater West Bloomfield. Start your mornings with The Splash and tune in for The Splash Live. Get acquainted with people, places, and activities that are live, local, and for you. First thing in the morning, weekdays at 9:30 a.m. on our Civic Center TV YouTube page, or watch us live at Civic Center TV or on Facebook. The Splash Live, Greater West Bloomfield's live update show. Fire Prevention Week is just around the corner. Join volunteer, part-time, and on-call firefighters at this year's Fire Open House. Catch up on your fire safety knowledge with live demonstrations and hands-on activities. Chat with local businesses and resources about fire prevention, see some familiar faces, fight future fires, and make some new friends. The West Bloomfield Fire Open House, October 2nd from noon to 3 p.m. at Fire Station 1 on Orchard Lake Road. Mark your calendars for the 11th annual Family Fun Night at West Bloomfield High School. Stop by on Friday, September 16th at 5 p.m. for an evening of free, fun activities as we honor our military, police, and fire heroes. Plus, stick around to see Laker football take on Clarkston at 7 p.m. To find out more, scan the QR code on your screen or visit wbsd.org/community/Family Fun Night. Hey Laker fans, do you know a friend or neighbor that volunteers in Greater West Bloomfield? We would love to help you recognize them at the 51st Annual Michigan Week Awards. Countless members of the communities of Orchard Lake, Kego Harbor, Sylvan Lake, and West Bloomfield give their time and talent daily without regard for recognition. You can help recognize these individuals and organizations at our awards breakfast next year on May 12, 2023. Nominate your neighbor or organization starting January 28, 2023. Go to michiganweek.org for details. Plan a day out, enjoy an exquisite dinner, or soak in the atmosphere at Orchard Mall in the heart of West Bloomfield. Between Maple and Orchard Lake Road, capture the moment at Frameable Faces. Wrap up your back-to-school shopping at Guys and Gals, or get presents for your pet at Premier Pet Supply, and so much more. Visit the Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield, and consider visiting November 26th for their Small Business Saturday. Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield.
All right, welcome back. It is Laker football right here at 89.3 Lakes FM, lakesfm.com, CivicCenterTV.com. Of course, we're on Civic Center TV. Didn't we mention that much tonight? Channel 15 and Channel 99 on AT&T, Comcast Channel 15. Also, you can check us out on the West Bloomfield Schools Facebook page. Go there and go to YouTube TV. Watch us there. Really easy and fun to watch the live broadcast in those outlets, and a brand new outlet that's good for people all across Michigan. A lot of people checking it out, called My Michigan TV. You can add that app to your smart television and your smartphone, and you'll be all set. Want to thank our good friends at Premier Pet Supply in the Orchard Mall. They've been with us all season long. One of our great sponsors, and I'm telling you, you got a pet, that is a fun place to hang out. An incredible store. They're all over Metro Detroit, and they really are great folks, and we really, really appreciate their support of your West Bloomfield High School Laker football team. Dave Scott with you tonight. Tyler Keefe down at Family Fun Night. He's making his way up to the press box. He'll be joining us here in a couple of minutes. Teams on the field getting ready to prepare for tonight's big contest. We're about 15 minutes away. Of course, your West Bloomfield Lakers coming in 3-0. Nice contest last week in Stony Creek. We really appreciate, too, everything they did for us to make all of that happen. When we go out and do these games at visiting schools, it takes the athletic director and our team and a lot of people to put these games on television, and we can't do that if we don't get a lot of cooperation from the visiting schools. So a huge thank you to them, and another monstrously big thank you to Bally Sports, who's been helping us out a lot this season, and a supreme thank you to the coaches and the athletic department over at Rochester Adams, because we will be there next Friday night, and we are looking forward to that contest. This is really, and Tyler could talk about it better than I, and he'll be up here in a minute, but this really is the key part of the season, and it happens right in the middle of the season. It kind of stacks up really well for West Bloomfield because they've had a couple of games to test themselves, but they've really not seen the kind of opponent they're going to see tonight and see the kind of opponent that we're going to have next week in Clarkston tonight and Rochester Adams next week. This is really, and there's other great teams. I don't want to, leave out the Lake Orions of the world and the other teams in the OAA Red. But, this is Oxford. Don't want to leave them out of the conversation either. But this next couple of weeks, this is big. We get through these two games. If by some chance Lakers come up with a victory tonight and come up with a victory on next Friday night, that's going to be huge. It'll position the team well. Now, if you take a look at the Mick McCabe's of the world and all the other pundits and experts that follow high school athletics closely, they're in the Laker camp. There's no question about it. Lakers are in the top 5, have been all season long by anyone who matters, from Mac Preps to the Detroit Free Press to M Live to all of the other people at Oakland Press, all the other people that poll high school football. They say this is a good team. And there's no question about it, but you got to prove it. You got to not make the mistakes. You got to make your offense work. You got to make your defense work. And it doesn't matter if you got Samaj Morgan, who'll be playing in Ann Arbor next year. It doesn't matter if you got Rick Nance, who can throw 50-yard touchdown passes. It really doesn't matter. You got to make it happen. So tonight, it's time to put it on tape, to make it all happen and see what we have. And that's what it's all about. It's going to happen in about 15 minutes. Your West Bloomfield Lakers and the Clarkston Wolves. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. You are watching and listening to Laker football. Back in a moment.
Wake up, Greater West Bloomfield. Start your mornings with The Splash and tune in for The Splash Live. Get acquainted with people, places, and activities that are live, local, and for you. First thing in the morning, weekdays at 9:30 a.m. on our Civic Center TV YouTube page, or watch us live at Civic Center TV or on Facebook. The Splash Live, Greater West Bloomfield's live update show. Fire Prevention Week is just around the corner. Join volunteer, part-time, and on-call firefighters at this year's Fire Open House. Catch up on your fire safety knowledge with live demonstrations and hands-on activities. Chat with local businesses and resources about fire prevention, see some familiar faces, fight future fires, and make some new friends. The West Bloomfield Fire Open House, October 2nd from noon to 3 p.m. at Fire Station 1 on Orchard Lake Road. Hey Laker fans, do you know a friend or neighbor that volunteers in Greater West Bloomfield? We would love to help you recognize them at the 51st Annual Michigan Week Awards. Countless members of the communities of Orchard Lake, Keego Harbor, Sylvan Lake, and West Bloomfield give their time and talent daily without regard for recognition. You can help recognize these individuals and organizations at our awards breakfast next year on May 12, 2023. Nominate your neighbor or organization starting January 28, 2023. Go to michiganweek.org for details.
If your pet could tell you where you should shop for him or her, it'd be a place run by pet lovers. With hard-to-find food, toys, and gifts, with pet-friendly people and services, and great advice from people who really know pets, it'd be a place where his friends hang out, even that old guy, where there's a surprise around every corner. If your pets could tell you, they'd recommend Premier Pet Supply. But pets can't talk. Or can they? Premier Pet Supply, the place pets love.
Plan a day out, enjoy an exquisite dinner, or soak in the atmosphere at Orchard Mall in the heart of West Bloomfield. Between Maple and Orchard Lake Road, capture the moment at Frameable Faces. Wrap up your back-to-school shopping at Guys and Gals, or get presents for your pet at Premier Pet Supply, and so much more. Visit the Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield, and consider visiting November 26th for their Small Business Saturday. Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield.
All right, welcome back to Laker football right here at 89.3 Lakes FM and lakesfm.com. I guess we can poke fun at ourselves, Tyler. Good to have you back in the booth, by the way. It was really nice having Stoney come. Stoney comes over, and he says, well, hey, I really like what you're doing on TV, but you got to get rid of that audio on the replays. So, that was a mistake last week. So if you put up with that last week, you're a really good, patient viewer and listener of ours, and we thank you for dealing with that. And I think we got it all worked out for tonight.
Yeah, well, we'll be fine for tonight. That's an interesting way to do a broadcast, Dave.
Well,
it's experimental football broadcasting. That's what we call it.
Well, this is definitely, this is not ABC or Fox here. We kind of put this. If you could see a picture of the booth, there are wires and computers and gadgets, and the Catoni brothers are up on the roof, and Eugene's got this fancy tripod down on the 5-yard line, and we take all that and we put it together and kind of make these Laker football games happen. But you look at that picture right there, man, that tells a great story. And that's our 5-yard line camera there. You can see the Lakers, and you can see Clarkston right out there. But there's the camera. I mean, does that look? Put that back up there for a minute, John. Does that look like something any real television crew would use to put a football game on TV? See, like if John Madden was here, he'd take the telestrator and he'd go, well, what you do is you got the box down there, and then you got the antenna and that green gaff tape on there, so nobody runs into it. So, all right, enough about all that. Tyler.
Is that your John Madden impression? Don't quit your day job, Dave. Just gotta say.
I couldn't do the voice, but you get the idea, right?
Oh, of course.
So we were talking about it a minute ago before you got in here. The question is, the Lakers should be able to do this, but can they put it on the film? Can they make it happen between the sidelines? Can they make this game? Can they make this happen tonight? Everyone thinks they're going to be able to do it, but can they actually do it? And honestly, we've seen as much of the Lakers as anybody, and I'm not going to say I'm not convinced, but they have something left to prove still.
Yeah, they do. They've got to be consistent, and they got to start from the jump really attacking these teams. These first 3 weeks, they've gotten down by a small deficit to begin the game. The first team scoring being their opponent each of the 3 weeks against Sterling Heights Stevenson at the Zenith Prep Kickoff Classic. The next week right here at the Swamp against Harper Woods. And, of course, last week on the road at Stony Creek. They've been able to take those games back and really take control from that point. But especially against a team that's as formidable as Clarkston, it's as well coached, as great of a program as Clarkston is, you give them an advantage, they're very unlikely to give that back up.
So let's talk about Clarkston and what makes them so good. Because you look at West Bloomfield, and I think if you look man for man, you look at these two teams, you got to say, well, West Bloomfield's got the advantage. And then, you know, you could have gone through all those years when Kurt Richardson had that great dynasty in Clarkston and say, well, maybe that coaching legacy and the history and everything that he learned game after game after game, maybe that's a little bit of advantage. But now you got a new regime here in Clarkston. You certainly have a very mature, developed program with some of the best players in the state here on the Laker team. What is it, Tyler, that makes Clarkston so formidable? Why did they beat Adams last week?
I mean, it all goes back to the trenches, and that affects you in all three phases of the game. You got to be able to block, you got to be able to attack, and that's something that Clarkston's really good at. They've got a senior-laden defensive front, a senior-laden offensive front as well. 2 seniors, 2 juniors on their defensive line. On their offensive line, 4 seniors and 1 junior, including Cole Dellinger at the left tackle position on the blind side for his quarterback. That speaks a lot to this team. They're physical, they're athletic, and they play good football. They execute every single week.
All right, you know, these teams that are one-dimensional are teams that find themselves a little bit vulnerable. I'm not saying Clarkston is one-dimensional any more than we were when we had Donovan Edwards, but you certainly have a big start. A lot of high school football teams that can have, it seems like a disproportional impact versus if they were at the college or at the professional level. And you take a look at this team, and who is the guy that you circle? Who is the guy that you watch? Who is the guy that you double team? It's got to be number 34, the running back for Clarkston, Ethan Clark.
Yeah, committed to Princeton earlier on this week, so Mr. Smarty Pants is quite the running back, Dave. Last week in Rochester, 22 carries, 247 yards, and 2 touchdowns, and he is the second 3,000-yard rusher in the history of Clarkston football.
All right, it is Family Fun Night. We're really glad to celebrate both our military and all of our first responders. Looking there, you see the color guard from the West Bloomfield Police Department, followed by Chief, looks like that is Chief Patton there, and then other members of the military, and really good on this Family Fun Night to see them on the football field and recognized. And, you know, we do have a lot of football going on tonight, but this is always a special night. More special tonight because of the 50th anniversary of West Bloomfield. But, you know, anytime we can salute our first responders locally and our military, it's a good day. And it's certainly something that is worthy of taking note of.
It is. They're doing a special ceremony here for them as well, as they always do, recognizing all the different branches that are in attendance tonight, as well as our police and fire.
Let's see if we can hear Stoney and listen in on what he has to say here from the press box.
Family Fun Night. Tonight, we celebrate our greater West Bloomfield community and show our gratitude to all of our men and women in the armed forces, police, fire rescue, our frontline medical workers, and to all who have chosen to serve and protect the United States and its citizens. We appreciate your willingness to protect our freedoms and our way of life. As a special guest this evening, we welcome Dr. Dania Bazzi, Superintendent of the West Bloomfield School District. Dr. Bazzi holds degrees from the University of Michigan and Wayne State University and is the 2022 Michigan Superintendent of the Year. In her career in education, Dr. Bazzi has shown tremendous effort and dedication to enriching the lives of students and the community as a whole. The West Bloomfield community would like to take the moment to welcome and honor Dr. Bazzi as she begins her leadership journey in West Bloomfield. This evening, we are also celebrating the 50th anniversary of the West Bloomfield High School and recognizing the class of 1992 for their 30-year class reunion. The 50th anniversary is the golden anniversary of our beautiful campus, and we are proud to be sharing tonight's Golden Jubilee with all of you. Tonight, we also recognize our military men and women, as well as our local heroes, and thank you for your courage. We are honored to have you all here with us in celebration. If you are in attendance and are currently serving or have previously served in our armed forces, police, fire rescue, or as frontline medical workers, please rise to be recognized.
Tyler, you can't really see it here in our shots, but the number of people from the stands here, all standing and recognized.
As the Honor Guard presents our nation's colors, and we ask you to join the West Bloomfield High School Laker Express in the singing of our national anthem.
So nice to get out of the way a little bit and be able to hear the whole program if you weren't here. Family fun night, very big night, and not just a tailgate, but it has huge significance on so many other levels. Tyler?
It is. It's a recognition of our first responders, our police, and our fire here in West Bloomfield. The fire department having won their Station 1 right next door to West Bloomfield High School, as well as those military that represent not just West Bloomfield and the Tri-Cities, but cities all throughout Michigan and around the country.
Very talented Laker Express getting ready for the national anthem. We will listen in as they perform.
By the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of
All right, well, there you have the national anthem for the Laker Express. Dave Scott, Tyler Keefe here, getting ready for what is going to be a great night of high school football, West Bloomfield and Clarkston. And Tyler, a interesting story is unfolding here that involves Mike Hine, the quarterback of the Wolves.
Yeah, seen him down on the field in sweats as they were warming up earlier on, throwing them around. We also saw their backup quarterbacks kind of trading off reps, Joshua Williams, as well as Jaden Zavitsky, but not seeing Mike Hine in pads, unless that has changed in the last few minutes as they've been in their scrum just off the field.
Now there he is. He's right there without a helmet on. You can see him right there. And no helmet, no pads, and clearly Mike Hine is not going to be playing. How big of a factor is that in tonight's contest?
It's a huge factor. He has been one of the more surprising players in the OAA Red, one of the more effective players in the OAA Red as well. Last week at Rochester Adams, 152 yards passing and 100 yards rushing, including a touchdown on the very first offensive play for the Wolves.
So it's got to be disappointing for Clarkston. We'll try to get some information about what that injury is. But, no big surprise. Now here come your West Bloomfield Lakers all fired up for Friday night under the lights at the Swamp. Tyler?
Yeah, out in their traditional family fun night uniforms and that military writing, black lettering, white trim around the letters too. Dave, it's your favorite uniform.
Yeah, the numbers that we can't see, but they're very decorative, and it's a tradition. Good to see the Lakers coming out. Here come the cheerleaders, the flags, the whole bit. It's a great night of high school football. Back to the Mike Hines story, quarterback of Clarkston not playing tonight. It makes you wonder if it makes the Ethan Clark story we talked about earlier even a bigger issue. He's going to be a big key tonight, and if they have an inexperienced quarterback in, you think they're going to probably try to key on the run game a little bit more?
Maybe a little bit more. I think we'll see a little bit more of Ethan Clark, a little more designed run plays than maybe we have in the past. But this is a team that loves to run the option. They love to read the linebackers and get the quarterback running. And it'll depend on the athleticism of their backup quarterbacks and how effective they are. But this offensive line is excellent, Dave. They can do whatever they want to.
All right, well, it's a big night here. And with everyone out on the parking lot for Family Fun Night, we did not really have an idea of how huge it is. John, I don't know if you can pan that shot over to the right live. If you can on your camera, if you just pan that shot over live. Nope, can't do it. All right. But if you could see the number of people over at the concession stand making their way into the stands, there's a big grassy area off to the right-hand side of our bleachers here in West Bloomfield. Big crowd. There you go. Nice shot of the concession stand right there. It's packed. I mean, this place is jammed, and this is going to be probably one of the biggest games in high school football in Oakland County tonight, maybe at Metro Detroit, and everyone's turning out, not just Laker fans. People from all over are coming in, and we know a lot of people are tuning in tonight. So whether you're here, whether you're one of these people that's making your way into the field right now, it's going to be a big night, and I think that makes the whole thing even better. And we're beginning. This is starting to happen, Tyler. You know, it all began with that story you wrote in West Bloomfield today. The community is getting involved. This is a different deal than we had last year, or is that just me?
No, it is, and there's always some extra excitement when your team is off to a hot start, especially when they're playing some of the best football in the state of Michigan.
All right, well, here we go. Laker football tonight. The Lakers are going to be kicking off. They won the toss, and they elected to defer. Clarkston will be back. The Wolves will be back to receive. And teams are both making their way into the field. Back to receive for Clarkston is Lucas Bowman on the far side, and on the near side is Alden Kurgis. So Lakers getting ready to kick, and all season long kicking off for West Bloomfield has been Krauthammer. He is standing right by the football, getting ready to kick it off. It's a beautiful night. We don't have a lot of wind or weather. Another gorgeous night. It's not quite as hot as it's been for the previous games, so hopefully it'll be a little bit more comfortable. And here we are. We're ready to get it all going. Your West Bloomfield Lakers 3-0. The Clarkston Wolves 3-0. Big contest Friday night in the Swamp, and here we go with a kickoff. Krauthammer kicks it long down to the 5-yard line, bounces in the end zone and then out of bounds. Now we'll wait, and they do throw a penalty flag, Tyler. Now that looked to me like it hit the end zone, which would be good and a touchback, but it did bounce out of bounds. That's a huge deal because that will advance the ball up.
Yeah, you talk game of inches. That's going to determine where they're going to start with the ball. 20-yard line, or is that going to be way down the field in an excellent position? And that's what they're saying, out of bounds.
All right, so the ball is out of bounds, and West Bloomfield will get the penalty there, and literally just inches from a touchback. So Clarkston will get really good field position to start this series tonight. Your West Bloomfield Lakers and the Clarkston Wolves tonight, and we're waiting to see who's going to be checking in as quarterback for Clarkston. Mike Hine, their quarterback, is out tonight, not suited up, no helmet, no pads, so we'll find out in a minute. Likely it's going to be either Williams or the other quarterback, Tyler, and that's Zavisky.
Stephen Kosek is the quarterback for Clarkston.
Okay, there's a third quarterback that I did not see warming up.
Okay, so, well, here we go. And what is his number? Kosek, he is number 7.
Number
okay.
7, Dave.
So Clarkston all bunched up. They got one receiver out to the far right. A couple of running backs in the backfield. 1st and 10, ball on the 35-yard line of the Wolves. Here's a snap. Sweep right side. Lakers read it well. They do not Clarkston does not break contain. They get maybe a half a yard of first down, and that is going to be about it.
Run support from the safety has been excellent over the last couple weeks, especially last week in Stony Creek. There's Samaj Morgan on the support of the tackle. You also saw a defensive line get involved, and that's Desmond Stevens carrying the ball. He is a guy that's getting a lot of excitement at the state level. Athletic, excellent wide receiver for Clarkston. He'll be getting a lot of targets in the air as well tonight.
So the quarterback for Clarkston getting ready to take the snap. Lakers jump off sides, and a little bit, Kari Jackson just jumped over the line of scrimmage just a little bit, trying to anticipate, and he was drawn off.
Yeah, design blitz and just a little bit too much excitement there, trying to attack the backfield as quick as possible. This offensive line really efficient at opening up holes on the offensive side.
All right, so it's going to be second down, and they'll move the ball 5 yards forward. Second down at about 5 now. Kosick, the quarterback for Clarkston, in the shotgun. Takes a snap, handed off, sweep left. Gain of a couple of yards, maybe a first down, very close to, but I think the Lakers held him short. Gain of 4. They placed the ball to the 45-yard line. That'll set up third down at about a yard, Tyler.
Yeah, that left side B gap's going to be big tonight for Clarkston with Cole Dellinger over there, headed to Michigan State, the 4-star left tackle, great at opening up holes in the run game.
All right, so now they do move the chain, so it's going to be first down. They place the ball just inside the 45-yard line, and apparently that is good enough for the first down. West Bloomfield and Clarkston just underway tonight, scoreless here at the Swamp. Dave Scott, Tyler Keefe, and the whole broadcast crew. Kosick, the quarterback, takes a snap, sweeping left, passes, caught after a bobble, but a nice catch there by Ethan Clark.
They're calling a penalty there. Maybe rough. I don't think that could be rough in the passer. That's really late. That looked like Rock was in process of getting to the quarterback or going after the quarterback when that ball was being thrown. There's nothing you can do to stop that. We'll see what this is.
Well, we'll wait for the official call here.
They are calling it.
Personal foul there against West Bloomfield. So tough break. Lakers get a tough break in the kick. We'll watch a replay here, Tyler. See if we can see anything. Okay, Rob Harris in the backfield. Pursuing the quarterback, breaks free, and right there, put his arms up and kind of hit him in the head right there.
It's a high hit. They're calling that.
Good job in the replay.
Unnecessary.
Good job in the replay, John Atwater. So Clarkston gets great field position, 35-yard line of West Bloomfield. Kosick, the quarterback. 2 receivers split out, 1 in the slot, another receiver on the near side. Kosick takes a snap, got a man in motion. They hand it off inside. Not a whole lot there for Ethan Clark. Gets a couple of yards. Good job by the Laker D.
Yeah, Montel Johnson in on that tackle, getting physical, laying into Ethan Clark. You got to do that. This guy is an excellent runner. He gets low, and he's able to keep his balance. And if you're going to go hit him, you got to hit him.
All right, so it's going to be second down and about 8 to go. Ball on the 33-yard line of West Bloomfield. Kosick. Now they got a man in motion. Takes a snap. Jet sweep left side. Lakers respond real well. First man to hit in the backfield, not able to bring him down, but a gain of about 4 or 5, and it's going to set up third down and about 3, Tyler.
Again, that safety coverage on the run game has been excellent for the Lakers the past 2 games. Samaj Morgan able to wrap him up as he sees him go around the tackles and get some space. That is just excellent coverage from the safety, supporting those linebackers, especially when they are swallowed up outside the tackles with an impeding rusher.
So it's going to be third down and 5 after the spot on the 30-yard line of West Bloomfield. Big third down for the Laker defense. Kosick takes a snap, looking downfield, getting a lot of pressure from the Lakers, completes the pass at the 30, down to the 25, and a first down and out of bounds. Good job by the quarterback, Kosick, under pressure to get rid of it.
Yeah, a few options they had at quarterback, a couple of juniors and Williams and Zavitsky. They go with the senior. He's got the plays down. He's been on this team. He's seen it all. Makes a nice check down there, too. He's getting chased by Brandon Davis-Swain. He just sees just enough space for Ethan Clark to make a nice big play there in short yardage.
So again, not by much, but another first down. Clarkston continues to move the ball to drive on the Lakers. Ball on West Bloomfield's 23-yard line. 1st and 10. Kosick, the quarterback, hands off to Ethan Clark. Left side, finds a hole, gets some good yardage, brought all the way down at the 20, make it the 16-yard line of West Bloomfield. Gain about 7 on first down, Tyler.
Yeah, Montel able to get in there again, wrap up the rusher, and again, you're seeing the power in the running of Ethan Clark, able to keep his legs chopping, put his shoulder into it, and fight that tackle. Montel sticking with it, just kind of sprawls to the ground.
All right, well, it didn't get a really good spot on that one. They put the ball on the 17-yard line. It's going to be 2nd down. We'll call it a long 3, maybe 4 to go. Ethan Clark in the backfield along with the quarterback, Kosick. New quarterback in after the lead quarterback injured. Ethan Clark breaks free all the way in. Nice hole by the offensive line. Touchdown, Clarkston.
And again, that's just talking about that strength on the offensive line, particularly on the weak side. Dellinger over there, excellent at opening up holes. You also got Wasenko over there, and you can't speak enough about the center also playing efficient football. Look at them, they bunch it in on the left side, so that opens up the middle. And then you got a little bit of a push to the right side from Jacob Leonardson, the center, and that makes for an excellent run.
Yeah, and he was able to speed by Rob Harris right there at the line of scrimmage. People, I'm not so sure the Lakers really quite prepared for Ethan Clark and his speed there and agility. Touchdown, Clarkston. Set up for the extra point. It is up, and it is good. So, at 8:05 to go in the first quarter, the Clarkston Wolves lead the Lakers 7-0. We're going to take a quick timeout. You are watching and listening to Laker football on 89.3 Lakes FM and lakesfm.com.
Hey Laker fans, do you know a friend or neighbor that volunteers in Greater West Bloomfield? We would love to help you recognize them at the 51st Annual Michigan Week Awards. Countless members of the communities of Orchard Lake, Kego Harbor, Sylvan Lake, and West Bloomfield give their time and talent daily without regard for recognition. You can help recognize these individuals and organizations at our awards breakfast next year on May 12, 2023. Nominate your neighbor or organization starting January 28, 2023. Go to michiganweek.org for details.
If your pet could tell you where you should shop for him or her, it'd be a place run by pet lovers. With hard-to-find food, toys, and gifts, with pet-friendly people and services, and great advice from people who really know pets, it'd be a place where his friends hang out, even that old guy, where there's a surprise around every corner. If your pets could tell you, they'd recommend Premier Pet Supply. But pets can't talk. Or can they? Premier Pet Supply, the place pets love.
We'll go back to Laker football right here at 89.3 Lakes FM, lakesfm.com, Civic Center TV, Facebook, YouTube, all over the internet. And Clarkston, very impressive drive. Now, they got some breaks there. That kickoff, that was a big break. We thought it was into the end zone, but it was out of bounds. And some penalties by the Lakers over pursuing early in the game. Clarkston gets a nice start to the game. Short kick up to the 30, 35-yard line, and the Laker return to the 40 and the 42-yard line, and a really good job there by West Bloomfield's return man, one of the upmen, Josh Tate, bringing that ball back, Tyler.
Yeah, seen a lot of Tate.
There you go.
We've seen a lot of Tate this season as a down depth chart running back, and he's getting that short kickoff again. This Clarkston team they've seen the tape. They don't want to go anywhere near Samaj Morgan last week at Stony Creek. Morgan took it to the house on a kickoff return, about 80 yards.
All right, let's see what the Lakers can do on their first offensive drive. That 8:05 to go here in the first quarter. Lakers trailing. Sweep left. Lakers break free. Nice run that time. Hauled out of bounds at about the 42-yard line is West Bloomfield's Ralph Rogers.
Yeah, really nice run. Again, opening up the sideline for the Lakers, rushing to the sideline, putting as many bodies there as you possibly can. You got Ralph Rogers in the backfield. Also, Kenneth Jones, a nice decoy. Using the motion to your advantage, using Kenneth Jones and his speed to get upfield and get some space at the sideline for the running back, Ralph Rogers. 1st and 10, ball on the 44. Clarkston, Lakers go spread. Nance looking for somebody. Got all the time in the world. He's going to throw away downfield into the end zone. Caught
in a crowd. Laker touchdown, Samaj Morgan. It got to be him. I can't see, but it's got to be.
Samaj Morgan followed with a hat trick. That's 4 touchdowns in 2 weeks. And look at Rick Nance. Look at that offensive line. That pocket, a beautiful pocket. Nothing but time. Standing at the 50-yard line, eating lunch, goes to the concession stand, comes back and throws a touchdown.
You know, and he just threw that up, but he got it beyond the defensive backs. And what was that? A 40-yard touchdown pass. Clarkston trying to get some guys in here on special teams. 7-6, Clarkston. Here comes the Lakers with the extra point attempt. And Ward is setting up for it. Justin Ward with Allison holding. Here's the snap. It's down. Kick is up, and it is good. So, just like that, it is 7-7. Your West Bloomfield Lakers in what, 2 plays? Was that 2 plays?
Yeah.
It was 2 plays.
2 plays.
Tied this thing up. And amazing job by the Lakers right there, Tyler.
Yeah, and Samaj Morgan now continuing to move up the ranks for the Lakers in terms of career touchdown receptions in his career. 15 now. He is 3 from second place and 4 away from tying Trey Mosley for number 1 on the all-time list.
Well, and you look at Samaj Morgan. He's going to U of M. Everyone knows how good he is. But I think one of the big emerging stories in high school football is the number 1 story, and that's Rick Nance.
Yeah, he is. Undersized quarterback, but highly skilled, intelligent quarterback, excellent leader. Everyone on this team just raves about him, from the coaching staff to the starters to the guys down the depth chart. That says a lot about a quarterback. You want a guy who's kind of a football nerd. And every time you talk to Rick Nance, he just wants to talk football.
7-7, all tied up. The story here tonight is a Clarkston quarterback, Mike Hine, unable to play tonight. He is not suited up. Clarkston, nonetheless, runs the ball all the way down the field, gets 7. Lakers come back. They get their 7 in 2 plays. So the Lakers getting ready to kick off with 6:19 to go. The first quarter all tied up here at the Swamp in West Bloomfield. Lakers and Clarkston. We thought it was going to be a high-scoring affair. It was a high-scoring affair last week, Tyler, over at Rochester Adams, and we expect the same here. Kickoff this time inbounds to the 5-yard line. They fake the reverse. Here comes Clarkston to the 10 and stopped at the 14-yard line. Good job by the Lakers special team, and that's where Clarkston will start with the ball.
Yeah, this time much better field position for this Laker defensive front. Kicking it to the middle of the field, kicking it long, forcing that return. They're not afraid. This special teams front is just as excellent as its defensive front, playing physical, playing with speed, and getting to the football.
All right, so the Lakers caught a tough break there on that kickoff in the last drive. Now they have Clarkston pinned back. Let's see if the Laker defense can get on track. Been similar in all the other games. Lakers gave up a big touchdown early, and then the Laker defense tightened it up. Let's see what they can do here tonight against the most potent team they've seen all season long. Kosick, the quarterback, standing at his 10-yard line in the shotgun. Got a man in motion. Kosick takes it, fakes a handoff. Now he's going to keep it himself, and he is stopped right in the middle of the Laker defensive line, going nowhere. Tyler?
It's really interesting, and it's kind of odd too. This Lakers team, it kind of seems like that first drive they really struggle against these defenses, but then that second drive you come on through and you really have this team nailed down, this offense nailed down. You're able to kind of do a better job of reading them from the defensive front all the way back and making big plays.
Beautiful tackle there by Amir Herring, we just saw on TV. 7-7, Lakers and Clarkston. Second down, no gain in that last play. Second down and 10 on the 15. Again, man in motion. Kosick
Dropped it.
drops the ball. Lakers say they have it. We'll wait for the official call. If they do turn it over, it's going to be big. Lakers say they have it. Officials haven't said anything yet. They're bringing the players off the pile. And
it's
a Laker ball. I don't know if we catch a replay of that one or not, John Atwater. We'll try and see if we can see what happened there on the fumble, but that is a huge turn of events. Here we go, Tyler. Yeah, just a bad exchange. It was a bad exchange, and the ball came free.
Yeah, that communication, that chemistry with the ones not quite there, it seems, with that backup quarterback. You don't get a whole lot of those reps, and you just saw the Lakers dive bomb onto that ball. The second it was loose, Brandon Davis Swain, the Punisher, among the players coming out with the football.
So now here comes West Bloomfield with a great opportunity. After the turnover, they get the ball to the 14-yard line. Rick Nance, quarterback in the backfield with Kenny Jones. They call him Jaws. Receiver split out to the left. Samaj Morgan to the right. They hand it off to Kenny Jones. Doesn't find anything. Little hesitation. Gains maybe a yard, but not a whole lot there.
Yeah, immediately contained, broken from the strong side. Those defensive ends getting around and getting right in on Kenneth Jones among the players coming up on the bottom of the scrum. Clay Samaka, one of the linebackers. This is a strong linebacking core for Clarkston. They're going to be dangerous tonight against the run.
Family fun night tied up at 7. 5:26 to go in the first quarter. Here are the Lakers. Spread offense. Nance in the backfield all alone now. Got Samaj in the slot left. Nance getting good protection. Throws in the end zone. Wide open. Touchdown, West Bloomfield.
Looking there on the touchdown reception. That is going to be Jaws.
All right, nice job. The Laker running back breaks free right in the middle of the field in the end zone. And let's take a look at this. And let's just see how he broke out of there. He actually split out, I think, to the left. We'll see in a minute. And Nance finds him wide open. They left him unattended in the end zone, able to break free. Nice quick 6 for the Lakers after the turnover.
Well ran route, and just looked like he actually got the jump on Colin Courtman. Maybe it broke his ankles a little bit as you saw 38 get off the ground after Kenneth Jones broke free.
So Justin Ward right back out of the field, getting ready to kick another extra point. This one is up, and it is good. So at 4:33 to go in the first quarter, it is the West Bloomfield Lakers now 14 and Clarkston 7. We'll be back in a moment. You're listening to and watching Laker football on 89.3 Lakes FM, lakesfm.com.
Hey Laker fans, do you know a friend or neighbor that volunteers in Greater West Bloomfield? We would love to help you recognize them at the 51st Annual Michigan Week Awards. Countless members of the communities of Orchard Lake, Keego Harbor, Sylvan Lake, and West Bloomfield give their time and talent daily without regard for recognition. You can help recognize these individuals and organizations at our awards breakfast next year on May 12, 2023. Nominate your neighbor or organization starting January 28, 2023. Go to michiganweek.org for details.
All right, welcome back to Laker football here at 89.3 Lakes FM, lakesfm.com. Dave Scott, Tyler Keefe. Tyler, should we take anything into the fact that Clarkston's quarterback, Mike Hine, is not on the field? Should that take away a little bit of the Laker pleasure in getting those 2 quick touchdowns and leading by 7?
Very, very little. This is a well-coached team now, a highly prepared team. If they had any inclination that Mike Hine was not going to play tonight, you can imagine they had all their quarterbacks ready for this ball game.
All right, Clarkston takes the ball on the 3-yard line, runs it up, gets the ball to about the 15, 16-yard line where they're met by a slew of Lakers, and that is where Clarkston will start this next campaign as they're knocked out of bounds. So it's an exciting night of Laker football tonight, and if you're having fun tonight, we hope you tune in next week. Our entire crew, cameras and all, will be at Rochester Adams next Friday night for the Lakers in Adams. Going to be another great OAA Red contest. We hope you tune in on the radio, watch on Civic Center TV, watch on YouTube, Facebook, wherever there's a computer or tablet or phone around, that's where you're going to be, and you can tune in. Of course, we really would love to see you. Maybe we'll get another nice weather night, Tyler, next Friday. Best thing would be to bring a lot of green and white out to Rochester Adams. There's a little bit of business to settle over there, don't you think?
Just a tiny bit.
Maybe
a little score to settle. I don't know.
Little bit. So, and it ain't going to be easy.
No, never is.
All right, here's Clarkston. Kosick, the quarterback, hands off to Ethan Clark, one of the best running backs in the state of Michigan. He gets a good gain right up the middle, gain of about 3 or 4 yards, setting up 2nd down and 6.
And one of the stars of this week in Laker football, Jonathan Gabriel, coming up on the tackle. I had a nice chat with him this week on the show. He kind of just stands there. If you look at him on the right of your screen, 91 for the Lakers. Gets off the line, nobody's blocking him. He's just got all the time in the world. I'm looking for 34. Once he's in range, I'm on the attack.
Samaj Morgan with the assist. That guy's everywhere. It's crazy. All right, 2nd down, a gain of 3. They'll call it 2nd down and 7. Ball at the 23-yard line of Clarkston. Kosick got a man in motion. This time they hand it off. Then the reverse coming back the other way is Stevens. And Stevens has caught up all that trickery, gets them Gets him maybe a loss of a yard.
Yeah, and kind of hurdled over one guy, but then right on the tackle is the punisher, Brandon Davis Swain. You miss one of my guys, I'm going to punish you for it. You better make my teammates miss, or I'm coming after you. The Notre Dame commit, Brandon Davis Swain, chasing him down. Great break off of Cossack on the block to get to the rusher.
All right, so it's going to be a big third down here. Clarkston with the ball, third down at 7 on their own 23-yard line. 4:30 to go in the first quarter. Cossack, again, man of motion. Cossack wants to throw, pass, complete, but not much doing there as the Laker defense was standing tall, and a good job there. I believe that was Rob Harris in the tackle.
Yeah, Harris on the tackle, but also nearly tipped that ball. That's a tough play to make by Cossack. Nice little touch pass there to get it to the receiver. You're looking at Brandon Davis Swain, just barely tips that ball. Nice touch pass to Stevens, and then Harris there on the tackle. Xavier Davis, some physicality, a little bit of a traffic jam helps him out.
See how Harris ran into like 3 or 4 guys, and like Rob all himself slowed all 3 of those guys down. All right, so here we go. Punt for Clarkston now. Low punt, bad snap. Kick is off, though, in the direction of the Lakers. Fair catch at the 45-yard line. That one picked up by Adrian Epps. So the Lakers will end up with good field position one more time with 3:27 on the clock in the first quarter and leading by 7. The Lakers 14, Clarkston 7.
And here's a chance for West Bloomfield to start to run away with this. Put them away as early as possible. You don't want to give Clarkston any opportunities later on in the game to get some excitement. And they're going to make some adjustments at the end of the quarter, certainly at the half. They come out the second half with a small lead. That's going to be more of a problem. They're coming out with a big lead, of course, Dave.
All right, so here come the Lakers now. 1st and 10 on their own 45-yard line. Quarterback Nance got a man of motion. Jet sweep right. And nothing doing there. Penalty flag. There's going to be a holding call also on West Bloomfield on Henry. But we'll wait and see if they even take that or not, Tyler. I bet they will.
Yeah, ball carrier is Jaden Allos. Just a little bit of an extended time before that ball is handed off as Rick Nance is reading those linebackers. Maybe that was the cause for an issue there on the strong side of that line.
All right, so holding call will set the Lakers back 10 yards. Spot the foul from, right about the line of scrimmage. So they'll plant the ball here. Well, they say the foul was on the 43-yard line. So they'll put the ball down on the 33-yard line. That'll be a loss of about 13 yards for West Bloomfield, setting up second down and 13 for the Lakers.
That's just a tough play for offensive linemen as the ball is not yet handed off. There's a little bit of extra time there on the read from the quarterback. You're trying to figure out, who am I protecting? And while you're doing that, you're trying to hold your guy down without holding your guy.
Here come the Lakers now. First and long. Trips left. Trenton Allison in the group on the left side. Got a man in motion. Good protection. Nance breaks free, gets out of the pocket, throws downfield, got a man open and incomplete. And a big hit on Kenneth Jones. You know, Kenneth Jones was all the way across the field there. And Laker fans didn't really like the hit. Penalty flag in the backfield. And that's got to be a hold because the quarterback wasn't anywhere near that flag. We'll wait and see.
Yeah, tons of time. Maybe another hold there on Henry. He throws that ball out to Jaws. And then Jaws misses the catch, just gets rocked by Jalen Wilson.
Yeah, the thing I was going to mention is he threw that ball all the way from beyond the far hash, all the way to the near sideline, and then about 20 yards. I mean, that had to be a 45-yard pass from Nance, and he didn't have time to place his feet either. He's got an incredible arm.
Now he throws that ball off. He's got a cannon. He throws the ball. You can hear the reverberating sound all the way from Farmington.
So Lakers find themselves with a couple of holding calls from way back. They need to get to the 45-yard line of Clarkston to be able to get a first down. Here comes the play. Nance all alone with the spread offense. Lakers can strike big. Nance wants to run. He's got a nice hole. He is up to the 26-yard line, so he gets some of that back on first down.
Yeah, shifty blocking for the Lakers to give Nance an opportunity on that quarterback draw, but really good read and patience from Colin Courtman to stick with the rusher, get around those blocks, tackle the quarterback, and limit that to short yardage.
3:02 to go in the first quarter. West Bloomfield 14, Clarkston 7. A couple of holding penalties here caused the trouble for the Lakers, setting up second down and a ton now. Ball is on the 27-yard line of West Bloomfield. Again, they got to get to Clarkston's 45. Nance, quarterback with Jaws. Katie Jones in the backfield. One receiver split out to the near side, two to the far side. Got one guy in the slot. Nance wants to throw, getting blitzed, but he breaks free, gets out of the pocket, finds a man open, caught, and a completion to Samaj Morgan, who tries to cut back across the grain after making the gain up to about the 38-yard line to get some more yardage. But good job by Clarkston on D. Let's watch this.
Yeah, those upfield guys sticking with Morgan. Not too many people attacking the quarterback, attacking the backfield, so that kind of gives those linebackers some recovery time, those D linemen recovery time for the secondary and the linebackers to get there, and finally a tackle made by Nick Wazensko.
Big third down for the Laker offense, 3rd and 16, ball to the 39-yard line of the Lakers. Nance again in the spread. Getting good protection. Nance looks downfield, big arm going all the way deep to Samaj Morgan. Overthrows him by just a couple of yards, incomplete. He threw that from the 30. The ball landed at the 7-yard line. Big arm, but that time a little bit too much.
Yeah, huge chase down too. He had a split second to finish that throw off. He could see it too on his strong side before he was going to get hit. Maybe have to just ditch that throw altogether, pump fake it, and take the sack to cause 4th down. He got that out with barely enough time.
Laker O-line doing a pretty good job tonight, but Nance is doing a good job when he's seeing pressure, able to get out of the pocket, buy himself some more time, and his receivers continue to find a way to get open. And Samaj was open on that. He just couldn't get it to him.
Yeah, part of that's just the pressure that was on Rick Nance. He had to launch that. And when you do that, you get a little bit more oomph on the football, and that was a few yards too much for Samaj, even with his speed.
So Morgan does everything, and he even punts. So back to punt for the Lakers on 4th down is Samaj Morgan. And you got to wonder on this whether, we haven't seen him do it yet, as to whether he's just going to take off with the ball.
That's why Clarkston's all bunched up. They're thinking it.
Now Samaj kicks the ball, and it goes down to the 20, down to the 15, out of bounds at the 12. And a really nice job by the Lakers and Samaj Morgan. I mean, they show that as a threat, and part of the reason he's a great punter for the Lakers, but he hasn't done that all year long.
No, they've yet to try that, but it's got to be in the back of everybody's mind. And if it's not, you're just not preparing your special teams front in the proper way. Samaj Morgan, if that's shorter yard range, I think they may try that. And even if it's against a team that's not quite as formidable in all 3 phases as Clarkston, maybe that is something we see later on this year.
So huge crowd on hand here, West Bloomfield High School. Dave Scott, Tyler Keefe, 1:30 to go in the first quarter. West Bloomfield 14. The Wolves of Clarkston 7. They've got the ball now in their own 12-yard line, and they start their next drive. Again, out of the game tonight for the Wolves is Mike Hine, the starting quarterback. And in tonight for them is Stephen Kosick. Kosick in the shotgun. Hands it off to Ethan Clark. Sweeps left. Clark breaks free. Gets in the open field at the 30. Still on his feet at the 35. Finally knocked out of bounds at the 37-yard line. First down, Clarkston.
This is a guy with big play potential. Last week got an open catch with some space and took it 80 yards to the house against the Highlanders. 24 carries, 210 yards the week before that, and 4 touchdowns for Ethan Clark at Southfield A&T, or against Southfield A&T.
So, nice job moving the ball. Clock is running now, and it is Clarkston with the ball with 1:19 to go in the first quarter. Kosick and Ethan Clark in the backfield. Quarterback, as so many now do, take the snap with a clap. He doesn't clap, he just takes a snap. A lot of pressure. Kosick breaks free. Now he gets free and sweeps around the left-hand side. Lakers had him, but a nice job eluding the tackle, Stephen Kosick, and he gets a nice gainer there, almost a first down.
Yeah, he just had to ditch that. It was a matter of a quick little jump and a quick little block to protect him. We'll see in the backfield here getting chased down. Looked like that was Kari Jackson. He actually even evaded the offensive lineman, got away from Dominic Kleba there. And it was just a nice shifty move by the quarterback.
All right, waning seconds of the first quarter here. West Bloomfield 17, 14, Clarkston 7. Clarkston with the ball to 47, second down and a yard or two to go. They're going to get the first down and just a little bit more. Nice tackle by Samaj Morgan on that play, and a good run by Ethan Clark.
Waves goodbye to the drive, and then just casually goes and sits down. All right, I'm done. Made a big hit, made a big stop. I'll see you in 30 seconds. I'll try to score again.
All right, so the clock stops. Now they're going to wind it, and that is going to be the end of the first quarter. So at the end of one, it's West Bloomfield 14, Clarkston 7. You are listening to and watching Laker football.
Wake up, Greater West Bloomfield. Start your mornings with The Splash and tune in for The Splash Live. Get acquainted with people, places, and activities that are live, local, and for you. First thing in the morning, weekdays at 9:30 a.m. on our Civic Center TV YouTube page, or watch us live at Civic Center TV or on Facebook. The Splash Live, Greater West Bloomfield's live update show. Fire Prevention Week is just around the corner. Join volunteer, part-time, and on-call firefighters at this year's Fire Open House. Catch up on your fire safety knowledge with live demonstrations and hands-on activities. Chat with local businesses and resources about fire prevention, see some familiar faces, fight future fires, and make some new friends. The West Bloomfield Fire Open House, October 2nd from noon to 3 p.m. at Fire Station 1 on Orchard Lake Road.
All right, welcome back. Laker football here on 89.3 Lakes FM, lakesfm.com. That's going to be a lot of fun. That Fire Open House, Tyler. We're both going to be there, right?
Yeah, both going to be there. October 2nd. Always a fun time with the West Bloomfield Fire Department.
All right, here we go. Second down. They'll mark it first down after the first down gainer by Clarkston. The Wolves with the ball to midfield. Nice runner by Ethan Clark there. Gets about 3 or 4 yards in first down. And, you know, if you can get 3 or 4 yards in first down, Tyler, that's a good thing. Just keep doing that all night long. Ethan Clark, again, he's a 3,000-yard rusher in his career. Is that correct?
Yeah, and only the second one to ever do that in the history of the Clarkston Wolves football program.
All right, clock ticking now, and it is 1:34 to go. 11:34 rather to go in the second quarter. West Bloomfield 14, Clarkston 7. Ball on the 45-yard line of the Lakers. Aiden Kirchis, 6'3" receiver, lined up at the left, but they run Ethan Clark up the center. Why not? It's been working all night long. Gets a first down and does that right before a beautiful tackle by West Bloomfield. And see if we can pick up who that was. That was none other than Brandon Davis-Swain. Let's see what he does here, Tyler.
Quick handoff to Clark. Got a hole there, and then just immediately plugged up. Nice hit from Montel Johnson. Stops his rhythm, and then the Punisher's in there to finish him off.
Nonetheless, first down for Ethan Clark and the Clarkston Wolves. Ball on the 37-yard line. Clarkston moving the ball down the field. Second quarter, West Bloomfield defense all bunched up looking for the run. And that's what happens. Ethan Clark, but he's able to escape around the right side, but not too far, only a yard or two. Good job by the Laker defense there.
Yeah, past couple weeks we've seen a lot of those plays be more of a read play with Michael Hine in the backfield, a capable rusher at the quarterback position, and then with Ethan Clark, of course, a prolific runner. Now we're seeing more of these designed run plays. That talks to the versatility of having this talented of an offensive line. Allows you to be versatile, allows you to change things up, especially when you have unfortunate injuries like those to your starting quarterback.
Laker D, including Kari Jackson, in on that tackle. Second down and 9. Slight gain in the last play. 14-7. West Bloomfield. Sweep right. Quarterback keeper knocked out of bounds at a loss. And a great job by the Laker D. And one more time, Brandon Davis-Swain pushing him out of bounds.
Yeah, right on there. Breaks off the D-line and jumps around the opposite side. It's Brandon Davis-Swain on the weak side, the left side of the quarterback. breaks away, runs straight away from Dellinger. He gets right to the sideline, chasing down that quarterback. He knows
just
what's
a little push into the Laker
Tiny
bench
push.
too,
I mean, there's a
or into the
reason.
Clarkston bench rather.
There's a reason I call him the Punisher.
9:29 to
God.
go until halftime. 14-7 West Bloomfield, third down after a loss of 4. It's going to be third down and 13. Ethan Clark in the backfield, 2 receivers split left, 2 out to the right. Man in motion. Cossack fakes the handoff to Clark. A lot of pressure. Can't find anybody. He's going to keep the ball. Now he throws it and complete to the down guy, Ethan Clark. Just a little outlet pass there, but nowhere near first down. Got a couple of yards. Going to be fourth down. The ball to be on the 36-yard line. You got to think Clarkston's going to go for it here.
Yeah, right guard and right tackle really working hard there. Kaleba working hard to maintain and contain alongside Gage Heikkinen. And then the quarterback, kind of a leaping throw.
What was that leaping throw? I don't know.
I don't know if he just didn't have the visual, or thought he didn't have the space to make that throw. Or maybe just wanted a nice photo op from somebody in the stands.
Oh, we got a good video clip of that. They made for a good replay. So, fourth down now, and Clarkston's going to go. Laker fans getting all fired up. They're all on their feet. Look at the swamp. All these students from West Bloomfield and all the fans getting prodded on by the Lakers on the field, as you can see. A little discussion going on in the field. Clarkston wants to take time out to talk about it. That's exactly what they're going to do. At about 8 minutes left until halftime. It's West Bloomfield 14, Clarkston 7. We'll take a break. You are watching and listening to Laker football, and we'll be right back.
Wake up, Greater West Bloomfield. Start your mornings with The Splash and tune in for The Splash Live. Get acquainted with people, places, and activities that are live, local, and for you. First thing in the morning, weekdays at 9:30 a.m. on our Civic Center TV YouTube page, or watch us live at Civic Center TV or on Facebook. The Splash Live, Greater West Bloomfield's live update show. Fire Prevention Week is just around the corner. Join volunteer, part-time, and on-call firefighters at this year's Fire Open House. Catch up on your fire safety knowledge with live demonstrations and hands-on activities. Chat with local businesses and resources about fire prevention, see some familiar faces, fight future fires, and make some new friends. The West Bloomfield Fire Open House, October 2nd from noon to 3 p.m. at Fire Station 1 on Orchard Lake Road.
Welcome back to Laker football here on 89.3 Lakes FM. Glad to have you listening on the radio, watching on Civic Center TV, YouTube, Facebook, all across the internet, My Michigan TV, and a whole lot more. Huge fourth down. Clarkston trying to get something in here. Fourth down at 7. They got a man in motion. Cossack, the quarterback, looking under pressure, throws the ball complete, and a nice job at a first down and a great completion there to that big, tall receiver, Tyler.
Yeah, Brody Cosin, a tight end, 6'6", 230 pounds, and athletic too. Much like DeAndre Hill for this Clarkston team. Big, but speedy, athletic, great hands, and puts it on display there. First target of the night.
Well, he's a difficult guy to defend, and if you're going to pick on Samaj Morgan, put a 6'6" guy in front of him, and that maybe shows if he has any weakness. It shows it. Good coaching. Clarkston with the ball, 1st and 10 on the 20-yard line. Ethan Clark can't find anything off to the right. Turns a nothing play into a gain of 5. That's what makes Ethan Clark so special for Clarkston. They get the ball down to the 14-yard line where it's going to be 2nd down and 5.
Yeah, he's a shifty running back. He's athletic, and he's able to play with some power despite his size. There, he's just kind of following Dellinger. Once Dellinger makes that key block, he's able to shift back up the middle, be a shifty move again to kind of get through a small hole and make a nice play.
Here's Ethan Clark again, this time going the other way. Gets down to the 10, down to the 7-yard line, and another Clarkston first down.
It's all that start-stop. You get with speed and a little bit of power, kind of shift your legs around, put your head on a quick swivel, read those linebackers, and figure out what your route's going to be to get those few extra yards.
All right, about 7 minutes to go here until halftime. Big play here. Clarkston knocking on the door. First and goal now after the first down. They got the ball on the 7-yard line. See what the Laker defense can do here. They're going to run Ethan Clark at him. He's been able to do almost anything he wants tonight. Hand off to Clark up the middle, and he is going to walk right into the end zone. Clarkston touchdown, and Clarkston with an extra point will tie it up.
Yeah, again, Ethan Clark, designed run play, excellent offensive line play to open up an opportunity for him. As Cossack sets that up, you'll see here, hands that off, and he just shifts right up to the left side. Nice pinch inward from the left side of that offensive line on design counter play. Perfect execution for the Clarkston Wolves to tie this ball game up almost.
Tyler, it's been Clarkston misdirection that has really been catching the Lakers a little flat-footed tonight, and certainly on that drive all the way down the field.
And that all comes down to blocking and skill from the rusher, and they certainly have that in excess.
Eddie Langdon gets ready to kick the extra point. He's been kicking the kickoffs tonight. And the ball is down, and it is good. So let's give him 6. Let's give him one more. It's all tied up, 14-14. Your West Bloomfield Lakers and Clarkston. We'll keep it right here. Dave Scott, Tyler Keith, thank you for joining us. A beautiful night right here next to West Bloomfield High School as we celebrate the beautiful building's 50th anniversary. And Tyler, I tell you what, it doesn't look bad at all, and it looks even better. Now, when I went to high school, it looked like a completely different building with the open area in the middle. Now they've rebuilt the whole front end, and what you can see here is the new swimming pool area, the new athletic area, the beautiful new baseball diamond, and you can see, if you look real close, it'll get a little darker, you can see the lighting logo, the specialty logo they have there. But it's a beautiful building, and it's 50 years old.
Yeah, still in great shape. Renovations recently to this building and many others in the school district as well, and of course that brand new middle school on Orchard Lake Road.
Absolutely spectacular. Ribbon cutting coming up too. The official ribbon cutting of the middle school, and we'll be there later on, I think in the next couple of weeks. Yeah.
Nice.
All right, well, back to football. West Bloomfield and Clarkston, no big surprise. Two offensive juggernauts in the OAA red going at it, all tied up here in the second quarter. Again, they kicked the ball away from Samaj Morgan to one of the up
Mouse in the
guys.
house.
And the ball gets loose, bounces out of bounds. Clarkston pretty excited over there on their sideline, but I think the Lakers were able to maintain possession. And, you know, I mean, you can't blame Clarkston for keeping the ball away from Samaj Morgan after what they've seen on tape.
No, they're going to kick to anybody else. Literally any other player that can take that ball, especially an up man. That's what you're aiming for. Samaj gets the ball, you know, you'll do what you got to do, but he's much more dangerous than any of these other guys down the line. And there they kick that ball directly in the direction of Bryce Rowe.
So here come the Lakers, 6:40, well, make it 7:10 to go in the first half. All tied up, knotted up at 14 now. Lakers on the field. Waiting for the officials to get things started here after the quick break. Pippen slotted out to the far right side. I believe that is Pippen there. Another receiver up top, probably Samaj. Fake the jet sweep. Quarterback Nance runs it inside. He can turn nothing into 3 or 4 yards as well. Does a real nice job on that one.
And if nothing else, this is a great matchup of the trenches tonight for the Lakers and the Wolves. As Rick Nance, you know, even with his kind of undersized nature, able to get up the middle against some really tough defenders. Some nice blocks, opens up a big pocket as he's rushing forward and gives him a few yards.
Pippen had a couple of drop balls last week. And see if he gets his confidence back. And if Nance throws the ball to him, lightning fast, just like Samaj. Split far to the right. Samaj up top. Lakers have a man in motion. Nance wants to throw. Looking downfield, can't find anybody, getting great protection. Now he finally throws the ball, and it is caught at the 40-yard line by Samaj Morgan. No, it
is.
Was it?
That is Samaj.
Yeah, it was, by Samaj. And he gets the Laker first down. And pretty theatric catch. Tried to get some yards extra, but couldn't really do much. We do have a penalty flag, though, about the line of scrimmage, and likely a hold against West Bloomfield.
That is. It looked like Amir Herring after a nice pancake there, kind of held on his guy as he was trying to get up off the ground. That's going to get you a penalty.
So holding penalties have stifled the Lakers a little bit tonight, made it difficult on a previous drive, although they were able to go in and score a touchdown. You know, you get a holding penalty, it's such a high-powered offense, it's not totally debilitating for the Lakers. Not that you want it, but it's not totally debilitating.
And part of that is also just the ability to sustain a play, and after a while, you're trying to figure out as an offensive lineman, as all these moving parts have moved about, where is the ball, where is the play being made?
Same set, bad snap. Throw downfield and almost incomplete, and I was waiting for the pass interference called there as the Laker receiver definitely impeded by Jalen Wilson, who was also going for the ball. I think that's probably what they have to say about that one.
Yeah, we'll see if that is even really considered all that catchable. He had to really leap up in the air to have a chance for that. It's another there's really nothing going on there.
All right,
to get that ball out.
So it's going to be second down now.
Eligible downfield on the offense, 5-yard penalty, repeat second down.
Well, even worse for West Bloomfield. You heard the call, Tyler.
Yeah, an eligible receiver called. That play coming back. More mistakes on the Lakers, not pre-snap penalties. This is during the play, during the process. And again, part of that is just giving so much time to your quarterback and having to continue that protection. Longer that goes on, especially at this level, more likely you're going to have a penalty come up.
Pippin split out to the near side. Man in motion. They run the ball this time. Kenny Jones gets a nice hole, still on his feet. Breaks free at the 30-yard line, but again, another holding call against the Lakers. And the fans started to get restless. Let's watch a replay here, see if we can see it.
Jones takes up the middle. Not really sure. Maybe it's the locking of the arms. Saw a little bit of a locking of the arms there. Maybe Terrence Daniels, the left guard, got a little bit too into it with one of the men on the front for Clarkston. Got that penalty. That's a tough
here's
call.
the thing. You know, anytime an official sees a defensive player go down anywhere near an offensive player, you know, it seems like their instant reaction is to call holding. And I'm not sure that's what that was, Tyler, but, you know, if you catch it out of the corner of your eye, it looks like the offensive line is tackling guys. So nonetheless, it's going to be second down and a ton for West Bloomfield. Nance. Screen pass to the near side and a nice hole. Samaj up to the 17-yard line for West Bloomfield. Let's correct that. That might have been Kenny Jones. Nope, that was actually Jackson.
Yeah, nice check down for Rick Nance. Play kind of collapses. Design quarterback run. Has a little bit of space, but he sees a little bit more for a receiver and able to make a nice pitch.
14-14, West Bloomfield having trouble keeping the ball moving in the right direction on this possession. Huge third down. It's third down at about 15. Ball at West Bloomfield's 19-yard line. Nance, good protection. Throws the ball downfield. He's got a receiver. He's going to have a first down. Completed to Samaj Morgan at the 40, 45, and helmets coming off on both sides of the ball there. Some really hard hitting and penalty flags there on the tackle. We'll wait and see. Nonetheless, a big first down for Samaj Morgan. And I got to believe they're going to call that one against Clarkston. Let's watch a replay.
Yeah, a lot of high hits tonight from both sides. Credit where credit's due there, but a little bit of
right there, helmet to helmet.
That's
there.
Helmet to helmet between Stevens and Morgan. That's got to be what they're deliberating on there, Dave. Good pass, though, for Rick Nance. Going through his progressions, not looking necessarily for the bomb pass when he's got all that time and hasn't found his guy. They're picking up the flag.
Laker fans aren't really happy about that, but nonetheless, West Bloomfield will get a first down here. Ball on the 47-yard line, 4 minutes to go here until halftime. Lakers able to overcome those huge penalties again with this potent offense and a great arm by Rick Nance. Nance with Kenny Jones in the backfield. Fakes the handoff. Nance and the keeper. Wants to pitch. Now he comes back the other way. Reverses field. His knee goes down as he cut back, and they're going to call him down right there at the 47-yard line. Too bad, too, because Nance was going to break free. Let's watch a replay here.
He had all the space if he were able to successfully cut back there and make a nice run. Takes that handoff, contains Broken. He's got those blocks, though, there with Henry and Daniels. Comes back. I don't know.
I don't know. We don't have time, but maybe we'll look at that one again later. Doesn't matter, really. Can we have time to take a look at that again real quick?
If you can, as they set this up, because
No, we'll look at it later, but it doesn't matter one way or the other for the Lakers. It's going to be second down now, and about 14 to go. Ball on West Bloomfield's own 43-yard line. Trips right, two receivers out to the left in the spread. Nance getting good protection, completes a pass at about the 47-yard line. Had a nice job throwing in the direction of Jaden Ellis.
Ellis getting some more action tonight. It's kind of that split out back. Put him in the slot, throw him on an out route, get him the football. Quick throws for Rick Nance. It's got to be key. When you have all that time and you got those weapons down the field, it's easy to want to throw.
Is this the last play, John, with the... All right, we're going to just watch this here. 3rd down 11 when we watch the replay. See if his knee really went down here. Hard to tell. It did. Okay, good. Great job by our crew here to get that. Nance in trouble in the backfield. Now he's going to break free at the 40, up to the 45, to the 50, out of bounds at the 47-yard line. Nice scamper by the quarterback on the keeper.
And putting his body on the line, too. Hey, dangerous play, but, you're in a game against a team like Clarkston. This is going to be a war of attrition. It is going to be one in the trenches, and it's going to be one with toughness. Every yard counts, and Rick Nance knows that. That's why he's that man. He dives for
Look how patient he was, Tyler, just waiting for his blockers to set it up. Huge 4th down for West Bloomfield now. Ending moments of the first half. Lakers need to get down to the 42-yard line. Spread offense. Nance looking over to the sideline for some instructions. We got a timeout here, and it's going to be another timeout called by Clarkston. And we're going to take a timeout as well. You're listening to, watching Laker football. It's tied up at 14. We'll be back in a moment.
Hey Laker fans, do you know a friend or neighbor that volunteers in Greater West Bloomfield? We would love to help you recognize them at the 51st Annual Michigan Week Awards. Countless members of the communities of Orchard Lake, Kego Harbor, Sylvan Lake, and West Bloomfield give their time and talent daily without regard for recognition. You can help recognize these individuals and organizations at our awards breakfast next year on May 12, 2023. Nominate your neighbor or organization starting January 28, 2023. Go to MichiganWeek.org for details.
If your pet could tell you where you should shop for him or her, it'd be a place run by pet lovers. With hard-to-find food, toys, and gifts, with pet-friendly people and services, and great advice from people who really know pets, it'd be a place where his friends hang out, even that old guy, where there's a surprise around every corner. If your pets could tell you, they'd recommend Premier Pet Supply. But pets can't talk. Or can they? Premier Pet Supply, the place pets love.
Welcome back to Laker football here on 89.3 Lakes FM, lakesfm.com, Facebook, YouTube, My TV. A lot of teams might blitz here after that timeout. Let's see what they do. 4th down, pressure, completed pass. Good for a Laker first down all the way down to the 22-yard line. Tyler, did you say there was a penalty?
I thought I saw something fly. It may have just been a towel.
Okay.
Looked like that's what it was. But
let's watch a replay. What I saw fly was a great play by your West Bloomfield Lakers.
Yeah, I'm looking for that there. DeAndre Hill. Nice post route in the middle. Been a bread and butter play for this Laker team.
Big target. He's such a big target, Tyler.
Athletic, too. We saw him show some speed last week in Stony Creek.
Lakers with the ball on the 19-yard line. Nice pass inside to Jaws. Looking for a hole. Gets a couple extra yards after catch. Penalty flag. It's going to be, I got to believe that was a face mask call on Clarkston. That's really what I saw. We'll see what we get here. That'll be big for West Bloomfield. Let's see if we see it on the replay. No, you didn't get it? Okay. But I thought I saw a face mask. Officials are going to talk about it. Certainly there was a hand in that direction, Tyler.
And usually that penalty is only getting called if there was actually grabbing of the mask. In the past, there's been calls for that just by making contact with someone's face mask.
Mask on the defense, penalties offset, 3 first downs.
All right, well, I missed the offensive penalty.
Legal man down the field.
It seems to be happening a lot. Why do you think we're having so many of those tonight?
I mean, part of it, too, is just, again, it's the amount of time the quarterback has. People shift up the field, keep pushing a guy forward, maybe break free. And they're initially designed into play as a blocker for those tight ends.
We had a little clock error on our side. We got about a minute left here until halftime. Lakers with the ball. Sweep right side. Good for a first down and maybe even more. Down to the 10, the 5. Touchdown, West Bloomfield.
That's Ralph Rogers taking that ball for the Lakers out of the backfield. Power back gets a nice block on the right side. He's going toward the sideline. Take a look here. Brandon Davis, Swain in the backfield. Line up at fullback. Jaws used as a fullback.
Great
That's
block.
a key block right there. Then just playing physical, getting some open field. One last block there, a little bit dangerous, being a little bit behind the running back, but not quite a full block that would get you an illegal block in the back. Great play for the Lakers.
You know, we've been seeing it quite a bit tonight, and they've been using Kenny Jones as a blocker. He's a great running back, but he's been doing a great job blocking all night long, setting up runs for a number of his teammates. Another case there. That time it results in a Laker touchdown. Here comes Justin Ward now, getting ready to kick the extra point. Low snap. Let's see what the Lakers do with it. Still in play, the ball is, but it's going to be a missed extra point. Hopefully that won't be a factor later on. The Lakers 20, Clarkston 14. That was a really, really important score for the Lakers there, Tyler, in the final moments here until halftime.
Yeah, we've seen in the past those kinds of plays come back to bite both of these teams in overtime matchups in the last couple of years, one going the Lakers' way last year, and of course the year before, that heartbreaker in Clarkston in overtime, in which the Wolves took that game.
All right, so West Bloomfield, getting back on the board there with that nice drive. And again, Tyler, a lot of penalties. These are not the kind of penalties that would just drive us crazy in the past that happen after the whistle. A lot of in-action penalties, giving the Lakers something legitimate to work on, with legitimate football mistakes going on. And nonetheless, the Lakers do not seem to be intimidated if it's, 3rd down and 15, 3rd down and 20, 3rd down and 25. They have an answer in this playbook.
Yeah, it's going to be a game of who can outplay the others, who can be tougher than the other guy, who's going to win that war of attrition, but also who's going to outsmart that other team. Two really well-coached teams, well-established programs, veteran players in all three phases of the game. That's really it. That's what makes this such an interesting matchup.
Gut check for Clarkston, too, because if they can't get on the board, the Lakers get those points, and they're going to get the ball right after halftime. So a big turn of events there for West Bloomfield. Harthammer for the Lakers getting ready to kick. And here he comes, puts foot into it. You can see the kick is downfield. And it is going to be a touchback, one of the nicest kicks we have seen all season by the young Laker kicker.
And he's got that kind of a leg. He gets a good cut on that ball. It's going to be gone. Left-footed kicker, pretty unique, but able to really get that ball way out there on these kicks. We've also seen him. That's also why we've seen him on some of these longer PATs and field goals this year.
So West Bloomfield is leading 2014. One of the big storylines here tonight is Clarkston quarterback Mike Hine not able to play. But I tell you what, Stephen Cossack, been doing a really good job. I don't think they've lost a whole lot, Tyler.
No, the senior's taking command of this offense. They're executing a different game plan, I would imagine, than what was put out there for Hine, but doing it pretty well.
Cossack to Ethan Clark. Clark been running it like crazy all night long. Gets 9, maybe 10 on first down.
Yeah, this blocking on the tackles has been excellent tonight for Clarkston. Dellinger on one side for the Wolves. On the other side, it's Dominic Kaleba. Both seniors, both making big plays. And they're a little bit of a shift around for the center, Jacob Leonardson, also playing a key role in the blocking that established that run for Clark.
Quarterback keeper penalty flag on the play. They get the play off. And I don't know. I got to believe this one's coming back. Cossack hit really hard. His helmet comes off right there at the end of the play. No flag there, but we did have a flag earlier in the play, Tyler, and then we'll see what that's all about. It looks like it's against Clarkston.
Yeah, that just looked like that play fell apart, and Cossack had to run, had to make something happen. That ended up getting into a little bit of a scrum, getting hit hard by one of the Laker linebackers, losing his helmet. Means they're going to have a different guy out there.
All right, you heard an illegal shift, Clarkston. That'll send them back 5 yards, and even worse because they had a real nice gainer on that play. So not a whole lot of time here left. Again, little clock error. We got about 40 seconds left on the clock. We'll make that fix here for you real quick. Tyler, I'm doing about 3 different things here at our broadcast.
Well, I can establish it. We saw Cossack lost his helmet. He's out for a play. Joshua Williams, backup quarterback, coming in for Clarkston.
All right, let's see what he does with the final seconds here in the first half. I think they're happy, Clarkston, to let the time run out here. 2nd down and 7. Clarkston deep in their own side of the field. Lakers have all them timeouts. They're going to just let the time wind down here, Tyler. And again, I didn't catch the clock, so a mistake on my part. But Clarkston takes a timeout, and we got about 10 seconds left on the clock. Just enough time for Clarkston to maybe get one more bomb in or something.
I don't think they do. I think they're going to let this one go, take it in, but maybe they are discussing that. There's a reason you call that timeout.
See the Laker coaching staff, they looking good tonight in their camouflage, celebrating Family Fun Night, and some of the key defensive players for the West Bloomfield Lakers, including Wellens right there and a number of others, talking to the coaches out on the field at the 30-yard line. Glad you could join us and see all the action, in addition to being able to hear it as we've done the last several years. Great crowd on hand. Had a beautiful night here in West Bloomfield. Don't forget, next Friday night, we're going to travel back across Woodward Avenue, and it's West Bloomfield taking on Rochester Adams in what is going to be another consequential OAA Red contest. Make sure you catch it here live on all of our outlets in living color and also in streaming audio and video. So 10 seconds left to go here in the first half. Here comes the snap. Clarkston having trouble moving the ball in the backfield, but then they break free. They get it to Ethan Clark, and anytime Ethan Clark touches the ball, even with very little time left, he's going to make a big gainer. There's 2 seconds left on the clock, and Clarkston lining up real quick. They don't have any timeouts. So snap the ball here, and they're just going to clock it, and that's going to be it. So at the end of the first half, it's your West Bloomfield Lakers 20, Clarkston 14. We're waiting here for a call. Looks like there was a delay of game call. Is that what it was?
Now they're going to add time to the clock. They're readjusting the clock there.
I'm glad I'm not the only one having clock challenges tonight. So we'll put 10 seconds back on our clock, too, and see what happens here.
And they reset. They redid that play entirely.
So 1
Cossack
second.
Came back in, spiked the ball. So now there's 1 second left. They entirely redid that spiked play because of the clock issue there.
All right, so likely it's all academic. Clarkston's going to come out and just run the time. They don't really have anything. They have one timeout, as you can see, remaining, and that's it.
Now, I think they go for it. I think they go down the field. They got the quarterback back in. They clocked for a reason. You don't clock the ball like that. You don't spike the ball just to do nothing.
All right, well, here comes Clarkston. Let's see what they do with their one final tick. Receivers split out left and right. Ethan Clark's going to try to run it up the middle. Lakers are going to deny anything. And there you go. It's halftime, finally. And West Bloomfield 20, Clarkston 14. Hey, all kinds of fun on Friday night under the lights. We're going to be back. You're watching and listening to Laker football. Dave Scott, Tyler Keefe will be back with our halftime right after this.
Wake up, Greater West Bloomfield. Start your mornings with The Splash and tune in for The Splash Live. Get acquainted with people, places, and activities that are live, local, and for you. First thing in the morning, weekdays at 9:30 a.m. on our Civic Center TV YouTube page, or watch us live at Civic Center TV or on Facebook. The Splash Live, Greater West Bloomfield's live update show. Fire Prevention Week is just around the corner. Join volunteer, part-time, and on-call firefighters at this year's Fire Open House. Catch up on your fire safety knowledge with live demonstrations and hands-on activities. Chat with local businesses and resources about fire prevention, see some familiar faces, fight future fires, and make some new friends. The West Bloomfield Fire Open House, October 2nd from noon to 3 p.m. at Fire Station 1 on Orchard Lake Road. Hey Laker fans, do you know a friend or neighbor that volunteers in Greater West Bloomfield? We would love to help you recognize them at the 51st Annual Michigan Week Awards. Countless members of the communities of Orchard Lake, Keego Harbor, Sylvan Lake, and West Bloomfield give their time and talent daily without regard for recognition. You can help recognize these individuals and organizations at our awards breakfast next year on May 12, 2023. Nominate your neighbor or organization starting January 28, 2023. Go to michiganweek.org for details.
If your pet could tell you where you should shop for him or her, it'd be a place run by pet lovers. With hard-to-find food, toys, and gifts, with pet-friendly people and services, and great advice from people who really know pets, it'd be a place where his friends hang out, even that old guy, where there's a surprise around every corner. If your pets could tell you, they'd recommend Premier Pet Supply. But pets can't talk. Or can they? Premier Pet Supply, the place pets love.
Plan a day out, enjoy an exquisite dinner, or soak in the atmosphere at Orchard Mall in the heart of West Bloomfield. Between Maple and Orchard Lake Road, capture the moment at Frameable Faces. Wrap up your back-to-school shopping at Guys and Gals, or get presents for your pet at Premier Pet Supply, and so much more. Visit the Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield, and consider visiting November 26th for their Small Business Saturday. Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield.
Back in the Laker halftime show, joining in progress. See the Laker home team out there on Family Fun Night, having a whole lot of fun, and so are we. 20-14 lead for the L-Boys at the half here against Clarkston. Two juggernauts of the OAA Red going up against each other, and early in the game up in Rochester, between Rochester, Adams, and Lake Orion. It is also a close game there. 14 points for the Dragons and just 13 for the Highlanders. So keeping an eye all across the OAA Red. No cupcakes in this division this year. Very competitive. It's anybody's game in week 4. So far tonight, been the Lakers game, but not by much. An early touchdown for Ethan Clark in the first quarter put the Wolves up by 6. PAT by Steady Eddie put them up by 7, but not too long after, about really less than 20 seconds later. Quick pass from Rick Nance all the way down the field. Bomb pass to Samaj Morgan, and he put that jukebox up to full throttle, took it in for 6. PAT by Justin Ward tied the game up 7-7 for the Lake Show. Then a couple minutes later, 5:27 left in the first quarter, is a touchdown reception on a nice post route in the end zone for Jaws. Kenneth Jones III. PAT from Justin Ward, 14-7. Then Clark the Shark got things started in the second quarter. Ethan Clark, another touchdown run, is second on the evening for the Clarkston Wolves. PAT again by Steady Eddie tied that ball game up at 14, and finally with about 1:15 left in the half, Ralph Rogers, a nice run, got a good block, played physical, got to the sideline, one more key block up the field by Jaden Allos, and it was not 1, not 2, not 3, and yes, I can count all the way to 6, but instead I'll just say it's a touchdown for Ralph Rogers. A little bit of extracurriculars on the PAT, some fumbling action there, trying to make an extra play. Couldn't do it, couldn't get that extra point or 2 points and a recovery. And that's where it put us, 20-14, but a nice showing for the Lakers so far tonight and for this Clarkston Wolves team. We can't say it enough how big of an impact that quarterback situation is having tonight for the Clarkston Wolves. Mike Hine, one of the key players for this offense all season long, been having an excellent year. One of the top quarterbacks in the OAA Red and across the state. Last week in Rochester, 152 yards passing versus the Highlanders and 100 yards rushing, including an 80-yard touchdown on an option as well. Came into tonight to the Swamp in sweats And that did not change. No starting quarterback tonight for Clarkston. Instead, they went down the depth chart a little bit to another senior, 5'11", 160 quarterback, Stephen Cossack, who's been having a really nice game as well, executing this probably different game plan for the Clarkston Wolves than what they initially came in with to go up against the Lakers. But hey, you're keeping this a 6-point game at the half. You're executing your game plan. You're playing competitive football. He's making good runs, making great passing decisions as well. Has made a couple of really nice passes, including a post route to Brody Cosin early on in the half as well, and able to be making plays. And of course, when you got Ethan Clark in the background, you're going to be making a whole lot of plays. Only the second 3,000-yard rusher in the history of this storied Clarkston Wolves football program, and tonight already 2 touchdowns. And we want to talk about how big of an impact Ethan Clark can have. That's only half as many times he got in the end zone rushing the football as he did 2 weeks ago at home against Southfield A&T in Clarkston, where he had 24 carries, went for 210 yards rushing, 4 touchdowns. He's had 2 straight 200-plus rushing yard games. Last week in Rochester, 22 carries, 247 yards, and 2 rushing touchdowns, 1 for 67 yards, and 1 a quick scamper up the middle for 1 yard at Adams in that 45-35 victory. And tonight, already off to a great start, making great runs, but being patient, playing physical. Again, this is going to be a war of attrition for both these teams. Lakers, great offensive line, great defensive line. Same story in Clarkston. These lines are laden with upperclassmen. Clarkston's offensive line, 4 out of 5 are seniors. The lone junior, the left guard, Nick Wazenko, for the Wolves. And for the Lakers, juniors and seniors abounding. And the only real difference is on that opposite edge to Brandon Davis Swain, the junior, where they have sophomore Stephen Fountain, and they have junior Jonathan Gabriel. That's the only youth on that defensive line. And the offensive line for the Lakers, juniors and seniors, 2 seniors, 3 juniors, lots of experience. That's where this game is being played, where this game is being won here in West Bloomfield. Again, 20-14, Lakers in the lead at the half over the Clarkston Wolves.
You know, in some way, Tyler, what concerns me here is as this looks a little bit like Clarkston's game last week. You know, really tight, and then circumstances happen. You're West Bloomfield. You're playing a better game than Clarkston. Let's be honest. You are. You've had a lot of penalties. You've made some mistakes tonight that, you know, really have not been typical of what's been going on the rest of the season. Last thing you want to do when you've got so much on the line is to keep it close. It's time for the Lakers to come back and exert their prowess here and just take them down and put them out. You let Clarkston stick around, you're going to be in big trouble. And this, you got to remember who you are. And this is kind of new for West Bloomfield, okay? West Bloomfield, they're the team to beat this year. You know, I know we have won the state championship. I know we got a developing program. But I bet to some of these guys, that's still kind of new, okay? Yeah. So if your expectation is state champs or bust, well, then you just come out in the second half and you kick some booty. And you put this thing away, and then you start getting yourself prepared for next week. Anything less than that by the Lakers, given who they are, on some level, I see, not being critical, but I see as a missed opportunity, to be polite.
No, and I agree with that wholeheartedly, and I think that Coach Grice would as well. He's having conversations with him in the past this week in Laker football, even off camera. Those are the moments that he and his coaching staff really want this team to lay on the gas and go full throttle, take control of these games. You think about that 14-7 situation after a Jaws touchdown in the first. They stop Clarkston, they get the ball back, have a chance to take a commanding lead, get those 2 touchdowns forward on this Clarkston Wolves team. And that's where we had those penalties settle in. You know, those during play penalties, those holding calls, and some of the penalties up the field as well as the plays progressed. That brings you back a little further. Then you get back a little further. You get back a little further. Before you know it, a drive where you're pushing forward, where you're making nice plays, is dead, and then it gives Clarkston an opportunity. And all of a sudden, instead of having a chance to be up 20-7, 21-7, now it's a tie ball game. Now you got to take advantage of that opportunity and take the lead back. And then you have a missed opportunity on a PAT as well. At some point, you got to lay into the gas and give Clarkston everything you've got. Just like you said, you give them an inch, they're going to take it.
So very interesting to see how that's all going to work. You know, we talked in previous broadcasts about looking for the new wrinkle. And if you're a high school coaching staff, there's only so much you can get done as you prepare for each team. But Ron Bellamy was famous for adding a new wrinkle every week. Well, I think the new wrinkle this week is rather than hand the ball off to Kenny Jones III, is put him out there as a lead blocker and then trail him with somebody else. And that has been working really well for West Bloomfield tonight and develops a whole new wrinkle. If you got a running back who's Kenny Jones, 5'11", 190 pounds, and he's every bit of that and more, right?
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, and you're able to be more versatile with your run game as well. Not only getting to Ralph Rogers, who's, again, a stocky running back that's got some power to him but can also run with some speed. You also got some younger guys, too, like Josh Tate's had a really nice season. Jalen Jackson's been back there as another running option. And Kenneth Jones is an excellent blocker. He plays physical. He plays hard. He's a tough, hard-nosed player, and that's why they love him up at Grand Valley State University, where he'll be playing football and continuing to be a Laker next season and for the next 4 years at Grand Valley State University in Division II. It's because he's able to play physical despite his size. He's a tough matchup in the backfield. He's an excellent blocker as well, and when you got weapons in the backfield, you want to be able to use them in different situations. And having Kenneth Jones III, having Jaws as a blocker, allows you to do that. More versatile running game sets up your passing game as well.
Well, as we watch the Laker cheer squad, we take an opportunity to thank Premier Pet Supply, Orchard Mall, the Michigan Week Committee, and we not said hello to Deb Macon tonight.
Yes.
You know, Deb and Ken Macon, other sponsors. And again, if you want to be our sponsor of our team and of our broadcast, we invite you to be a part of it. We're kind of busy. We don't have time to get on the phone and call everybody. If you want to get a hold of us, we would love it. Go to civiccentertv.com/ads. Some amazingly affordable opportunities. And I'm telling you, it's a good deal if you got a business here in town, because we're turning some pretty big numbers in these games, Tyler. Thousands of people are watching each and every Laker game, and why not? We're doing so well. So tune in, Laker football, and we invite you to be a member of our broadcast. Go to LakerFootball/ads and be a part of it. Laker football, just one of the many things that Civic Center TV does for you. And we just want to remind you, if you've never tuned in to Civic Center TV or gone to our website, why not do so? If you're a Laker fan tuning into the broadcast, a lot of interesting, great television happens on Channel 15, Civic Center TV, Channel 19, WBTV, and a ton of it on our website, too, at civiccentertv.com. And one of the really fun things to do if you've not done it is go to YouTube and look up Civic Center TV West Bloomfield. And then you're going to go back and you're going to find a library of all the videos that we've been working on, Tyler, over the past 10 years. The history of the tornado that happened in the 70s here in West Bloomfield. Stories about the history of Apple Island. Taking a look at some of the people that lived in this community many, many years ago. And then just all of the events that we've covered each and every year. You know, from the United We Walk celebration out here at Orchard Lake Road to Michigan Week to on and on and on. And then on top of all of that, Monday through Friday, if you're not in school and you're not working, or even if you are and want to sneak a little peek at TV, check it out. It's the MegaCast with Tyler Keefe at 10 o'clock. He knows a lot more than sports. Check that out. And at 9:30 at the Splash, half an hour of all local stories all about West Bloomfield. So we hope you tune in and check it out. Civic Center TV. Go to civiccentertv.com. We'd love to. One more thing you can do for us if you like the broadcast is, well, shameless plug here, is go to YouTube and subscribe to our YouTube channel, okay? Go to Facebook and subscribe to our Facebook channel. Go to Twitter and subscribe. You'll see Tyler's posts. You'll see all the video. You'll see any announcements we have about things coming up. And then you'll be in touch. And, you know, and if you're feeling a little guilty staying at home and you didn't have to pay admission for our broadcast and pay a couple of bucks to watch it on TV because it's free, well, you could do us a big favor. Just subscribe, and you can look at that as your little kickback to us and to Civic Center TV and the Greater West Bloomfield Cable Television Communications Commission for putting these games on. It's our honor, our privilege. You don't have to do nothing. Shouldn't say that in a school broadcast, but you don't have to do anything, but if you did, it would warm our hearts. So thank you very much.
Yeah, and a big thank you, too, to the 84 currently watching us on YouTube Live. Civic Center TV 15, just search that on YouTube. And,
You know, it's so funny. That's 84 right now. I go home and I watch these games over.
That's just what's live now. People are watching all the time.
I go back and tomorrow there'll be 3,000 people watch the game. So it's a lot of people like watching it after. Here come the West Bloomfield Lakers back out to the field now, getting ready for the second half. They look very inspired. If we can get a shot of the high school too here at some moment, we can see it looks really beautiful this evening as it's celebrating its 50th anniversary. And you can zoom in there, John, and you can see the big Laker anchor, the light up there on the high school. We'll have that for you in just a couple of minutes. It really is a spectacular scene here, and a huge crowd here in West Bloomfield. Everybody enjoying Friday night lights here and a great night of high school football. So thank you very much for joining us here on TV. For those of you that could not make it here tonight, make sure you get out here and join us for an upcoming game. Really an awful lot of fun. And Tyler, I got to believe we got 2,500 people here at least watching tonight's contest, and a nice contingent of friends and visitors from Clarkston here as well.
Yeah, it is. It's a really nice showing for both these teams. Not that far of a drive for the Clarkston Wolves. They showed out last week just up the road in Rochester at Rochester Adams. And you know what? We talk about the faithful here in the swamp. Got to give credit to the Wolves faithful as well. Great program there and a great fan base as well.
You bet. Don't forget, speaking of Rochester, next week we will be at Rochester Adams as Adams and West Bloomfield go at it full television coverage, and it couldn't happen without a lot of cooperation and friendly support from our good friends at Rochester Adams. By the way, halftime score in Rochester tonight, or is that over at Lake Orion? Either way, it's Adams 20, Lake Orion 14. Been a nip and tuck game. And the OAA Red, Tyler, oh, man, I mean, how much fun is it? Lake Orion, Oxford, West Bloomfield, it just all these teams, Clarkston coming together on Friday night, Adams, of course, and the others. There's a lot of great football right here in Oakland County in this conference.
There is. And this is one of those years where it could really be anybody's team. The level of competition that's out there, teams playing well beyond their potential, or at least alleged potential. We think about Oxford every year. I can refer to them as the Big Blue Trap game. They're able to play great football. Got a great program over there with Coach Line and company. And we talk about Chris Bell, legendary coach back at Lake Orion in his first year back at the helm.
Hey, you know what you just did?
John Blackstock.
You know what you just did? Did you hear what you just did?
What I did?
You know what you just did?
What did I
This
do?
is a step in the right direction. Then I want to point out to the audience. You just talked about Oxford without saying something about you know what.
Well, why would I?
Well, I know, but it warms my heart. I just wanted to mention it real quick. So I think that's the best way to handle that whole situation. We've paid respect, but, it's time to move on and remember what happened. But
it's always going to be something that is with that team, especially with Buck Meir now, an assistant coach in Oxford as well. Certainly Tate's impact is going to forever be part of Oxford football, and they're going to continue. They're playing for him this year, and they're playing great football already, playing competitive football at a high level as they have for so many years in Oxford as they're building that program. And Zach Lyon's got a great program there, as we have really 6 excellent teams in this OAA Red Division.
All right, well, thank you very much for tuning into Laker football tonight. Great nod to our video crew doing a better job, I think, than we've had all season. I think we finally figured this thing out. Thank you, John Atwater, for being a part of our crew, and the Katoni boys working up top, and everybody else pulling this whole thing together. Dave Scott, Tyler Keefe, and your broadcast crew getting ready for a big second half. It's West Bloomfield 20, Adams 14. That touchdown the Lakers scored right before halftime looms huge, especially now with the Lakers deferring after winning the toss and now getting the ball to kick off the third quarter.
It's got to start hot here for West Bloomfield. Come out firing, get down the field, sustain drive. It's a war of attrition, Dave. And, if you're West Bloomfield, you got the advantage coming in not only with the lead by 6 points, 20-14, but also having the football first in this half. You can really take control and make this a 2-score game.
So you just kind of wonder whether Samaj Morgan, who is walking back to receive the ball at the 10-yard line, knowing that Clarkston's going to kick the ball somewhere away from him, maybe he's going to start running up the field a little bit early here.
It's possible. I think they're going to kick this one short, try to attack, make something happen on the special teams front.
Aiden O'Neal will kick off for the Wolves.
All right, so here we go. Third quarter underway here in just seconds here in West Bloomfield. Kick picked up at the 20, 25-yard line. And that is about where the Lakers are going to start this campaign.
That ball again kicked opposite side of Samaj Morgan, recovered by Bryce Rowe, and the Laker 4 tonight. 24 on his helmet, number 4 on his jersey, and one of the top.
I saw that before, and I think, well, second week in a row. That's kind of like a disguise or something.
It is. It is. I mean, we got the bat signal on the high school over here.
We
got
do.
a disguised man on the
Bryce Rowe, 24 and 4. All right, so West Bloomfield with the ball. Does anyone know what we're talking about? It's okay. A ball to the 22-yard line of the Lakers, 1st and 10, leading 20-14, just underway here in the third quarter. West Bloomfield. Pass, first down, West Bloomfield.
Nice crossing route there for DeAndre Hill. Athletic play. Gets just enough in front of those linebackers to make a nice catch in traffic and get the Lakers a first down.
Nice shot there of the big offensive line of West Bloomfield. Boy, I tell you what, you got to move some bodies if you're going to get to our quarterback, Rick Nance. First down, ball to the 35-yard line. 11:27 to go in the third quarter, just underway in the second half. Nance takes the handoff, keeps it himself, runs it right up the middle, gets a nice hole, and gain of about 8 yards up to the 44, maybe 43, 44-yard line.
And I like this so far from the Lakers. They're not trying to force anything down the field. They're giving their quarterback time. Rick Nance is trying to make those quick decisions. Let's march up the field, but sustain this drive and try to tire this Clarkston front out while we also try to take a commanding lead.
Second down and 2. Ball on the 43-yard line of the Lakers. 10:49 to go in the third quarter. Lakers got a man open. Samaj Morgan sweeps to the left. Now he turns, cuts, goes back the other way again. And, you know, you remember the Jordan rules in basketball? I think Clarkston has the Samaj rules. They're just going to take 2, 3, 4 guys to stop him, and that's what you got to do.
You kind of have to do that. Put him in some range so that no matter which direction he's going, he's running into at least one guy. The others are playing support. Kind of a zone defense near the sideline. If Samaj has the football, so he's trying his hardest to escape Clay Smaka, the linebacker.
So, first down for the Lakers on the Samaj Morgan reception. West Bloomfield with the ball to the 46-yard line of the Lakers. Nicely moving the ball up the field. Lakers all bunched up. They run it right at the middle at a gain maybe of a yard or 2. And that is about it. Ball carried, I think it was Bryce Rowe in there.
Yeah, break and contain. It's Smaka and it's Kavanaugh Dighton. We haven't talked enough about Kavanaugh tonight. The Lakers doing a good job of sticking away from him. First 3 weeks of the season, 36 tackles coming in this game. 6 for a loss, 2 sacks, an interception.
All right, so we got Samaj Morgan split out to the near side. In the slot, that's Jaws right there. Trips up to the far side. Spread offense for the Lakers on second down. And it opens things up in the middle. And Nance takes the ball. Big hole. And a big first down gainer for the Lakers. They get the ball all the way down to the 33-yard line. You spread things out, Tyler, and a penalty at the end of the play. You spread things out like that, that's got to open things up for a mobile quarterback.
Now take a look at this. Big hole open there. Left side of the line just opens a huge hole up. The right side does too. Kind of pitches them into a triangular formation. That gives Nance the right side and the left side. Moves the football forward. A little extracurriculars after the play. Looks like they're going to move it forward for the Lakers.
Kind of a triangular action right there.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Whatever.
Some geometry out
That's
here.
kind of like a first down action with a little bit of penalty on top.
Triangles pointing forward. Left on your radio dial.
So that means the Lakers, after the triangular action, make it all the way down to the 19-yard line of Clarkston. They'll make it 8:11 to go in the third quarter. West Bloomfield on the field, waiting for the officials. And here they go. Jaws and Nance in the backfield. Man in motion. Fake the handoff. Nope, now they do. Jet sweep left. And that's good for about 3 or 4 yards for West Bloomfield.
And once again, Ralph Rogers taking the football there. And a block from Kenneth Jones just there following him, trailing him as a fullback. And that's great. We talked about that a little bit at the half, as they're able to kind of mix and match on that. Both those guys very similar game players and able to play physical football and allow the other to get more space, get to the sideline, make nice runs.
Samaj split out to the left side. I think it's Pippin up on the far side. Jaws in the backfield with Nance. Handed off to Jaws. Finds a little hole, but not much. Good job by the Clarkston defense. Then a nice little extra effort by Jones.
Yeah, he's a fighter. He is a tough player. When you're getting wrapped up by this size at the defensive line with this physicality from linebackers like Kavanaugh Dighton on the attack, Clay Samaka, Colin Courtman as well. You're fighting. You're just getting low, keeping your legs chopping, doing whatever you can. Kenneth Jones plays hard every single play.
So big third down opportunity for the Lakers in the red zone on the 17-yard line. They need to get down to the 9 for the first down. Just over 8 minutes to go in the third quarter. Lakers leading 20-14. Nance in the spread. All alone in the backfield. Trips left, throws in that direction. Caught for the first down by West Bloomfield. Complete down to the 4-yard line.
Trenton Allison getting a target there, and you know what? He deserves that after last week. Last few weeks been an excellent blocker for the Lakers. Kind of a decoy in that sense. They're able to really support on those crossing routes, getting in the way of these safeties, and finally getting a big target in the red zone there. What a nice escape. Kind of does a swim move around Smaka. Gets some space on the hash, and a nice throw from Nance.
Samaj split left, one receiver up top. Nance hands it off to Jaws. Runs it right up the middle, and he is in. Nope, they marked the ball on the 1-yard line, just short of the end zone.
Another nice block, A-gap there. Looked like that may have been Rogers who took that. We'll see. Regardless, really nice design play. Good movement there on the offensive line. Dell and Henry, the center. Left guard, Terrence Daniels, the junior and senior combo. Giving this Laker run game some opportunities tonight.
So the Lakers bring in the beef, and their goal line play is to bring in Kenny Jones and direct snap to him. Nance on the sideline. Kenny Jones takes the ball, runs it up the center. Good push by the offensive line. Laker touchdown.
When we talk about size, you put 2 fullbacks in the backfield, guys that you don't typically see on offense. Kari Jackson, Montel Johnson, get those linebackers back there. Physical play. Line an extra guy off the line, behind the line. Terrence Daniels instead of left guard. It's kind of back a little bit. Put Brandon Davis Swain in there. That's a whole lot of power on that O-line.
Nice job. Good blocking by the offensive line. And a Laker touchdown. I love Amir Herring in there, just moving the bodies, Tyler.
I call that back. Illegal substitution. That was on Clarkston, never mind. They're going to give that play to West Bloomfield. They'll line up for 2.
All right, so they set up for the 2-point conversion, try and get that 1 point back that they missed on a bad snap on the extra point earlier in the contest. 26-14, West Bloomfield. 7:32 to go in the third quarter. So again, that same play with Kenny Jones in the backfield. He'll run it right up the middle again, get into the end zone. Not going to say it's automatic, but that has been a very successful play for Laker Nation this year. West Bloomfield puts 2 on the board. It's 28-14.
And that is huge for the Lakers. Come out here, take about 5 minutes of gameplay, just under 5 minutes. Sustain drive, tire this line out, push forward, play physical, get in the end zone. Perfectly executed.
Thank you to our camera crew and the amazing director of directors, Mr. John Atwater, famous in these parts for directing high school football broadcasts, putting that one together, and a good job by him tonight to get all the great shots he's gotten. 28-14, West Bloomfield with 7:32 to go until the third quarter. You're right, Tyler, exactly what we talked about earlier. Lakers just need to come out and control the game. Don't stop now. Keep putting some points up. Send a message to Rochester Adams, too, for next week that West Bloomfield is going to be over there coming to play. It ain't going to be easy on the road in Adams next week. Not that this thing is even close to being over. Fans are all fired up, though, here in Laker country tonight. Swamp is on fire as your Lakers having a great season and just keep getting better and better. Krauthammer for the Lakers, standing at his own 30. Ball is on a tee at the 40. Here he comes. Nice long kick. He'll be returned at the 15, the 20, 25, and beyond the 30-yard line is Clarkston on the return.
Get some speed for Clarkston on that kickoff return. Nice little play. Get some physicality up the field. And hey, if you're getting past the point of a touchback, it's positive yards on a kickoff return. They get some nice yardage there, getting up around the 30. A nice starting place for this Wolves offense.
So, Tyler, you're Clarkston right now. Looking at it from their perspective, you got to do something here.
You do.
And that's not just as obvious.
Right.
Ethan Clark has been your answer all night long. Do you want to mix it up a little bit?
And if you can, I mean, you want to try to get in the air as much as you can with Desmond Stevens, Cole Jarvis, another key player last week, and play a little more dynamic.
Quarterback Kusick with Ethan in the backfield. Clark gets the ball. Been running it nicely. This time the Lakers are there, and no gain as Clark runs right into the heart of the Laker defensive line.
Yeah, Jeremiah Smith gets in the backfield. Support also from Rock Harris, Kari Jackson, the linebackers too, just kind of break through the middle. Those A-gaps collapse. The Lakers get in the backfield, and they're able to swallow up Ethan Clark pretty quickly.
No gain around the play, maybe a loss of about a yard. They'll place the ball on the 31-yard line. 7:08 to go, and the clock ticking here in the third quarter. West Bloomfield 28-14. Clarkston. Kusak takes a snap, hands to Ethan Clark, sweeps left, tries to get around the perimeter, and he can't. And a great tackle by West Bloomfield way out there on the far side, and that was Epps with the tackle.
Yeah, they're trying to run that ball around the left side of that line, the weak side. They got Cole Dellinger over there, the four-star tackle, lead blocker on those runs, getting toward the sideline. But the Lakers are expecting that. They know that that's the strength of this offensive line. It's a great O-line. Don't discount the strong side as well, but Cole Dellinger is a difference maker.
Samaj Morgan has gone down. I didn't see why he went down. My guess is he's cramping up, Tyler, because I didn't see anything that happened. I didn't see him take a hit. There was no one near him, and that is exactly what's going on. The trainers are out there stretching his legs. It is pretty hot. It is pretty humid, and you're Samaj. You're going to be at U of M next year. I know you want to make everything happen for the Lakers, but you're playing on offense. You're playing every play in defense. You're playing every play in special teams. He's out there every play. It's going to be kind of a shock when he gets to Ann Arbor and says, "Oh, you mean I don't have to play every play?"
I mean, not initially. Nobody does. Not even Donovan Edwards played every play out there initially. Now more of an every play guy. We'll see if he gets some action this weekend after an injury more recently. But Samaj is going to play whatever role he gets out there. He's going to play excellent football at the University of Michigan. Hopefully not when they're in East Lansing or going up against the green and white, but whatever opportunities he gets, he's going to make the most of it. He's a tough player too. He'll be back out here very soon.
All right, Samaj Morgan making it back to the sidelines. Fans know how important he is to this team. He's smiling, coming back, dancing, in a good mood. He's a fun guy. Talk a little bit about Samaj Morgan, Tyler.
A really highly confident player. He earns it too, but he's also a great teammate. It's so often you see these guys that are at the top of their class, top player on your team, and they make it about them. Samaj makes it about his teammates every chance he gets. An excellent young man on top of a football player.
So third down and 11 for Clarkston. Big play here. Quarterback got a man open downfield, but it's going to be caught and intercepted by West Bloomfield. Pass is overthrown. And the interception by DeAndre Hill brings it all the way back, and a great return down to the 25-yard line. And I'll tell you what, just a sloppy throw there by Cusack.
Yeah, you throw that out in the outfield, and guess what? That center fielder, Adrian Epps, going to get under that ball. 2 hands on it, just like they teach you in baseball. Then it's all speed. Great base runner, great corner, an excellent interception for number 8.
Hard to see the difference between number 8 and number 3 in these uniforms. Sorry about that, but of course it was Epps. And he's getting a lot of slaps and high fives on the sideline from all of his teammates, and he should. Big INT, even if it was kind of a blooper and easy to catch, every interception is huge. It's great for the Lakers to get the ball back with great field position now. And not much time left in the third quarter. See what the Lakers do with this opportunity. Rick Nance takes the snap, keeps it, 30, 25, down to the 20-yard line, and a gain of about 8, and the Lakers are wearing out the Clarkston defense, Tyler.
That's exactly why that first drive, almost 5 minutes, 4 minutes and 45 seconds to get that touchdown and that 2-point conversion was so key. You're trying to wear this team down. You talk about the heat, you talk about the humidity, playing physical ball, setting up the pass with the run, going up their gut. This is how it pays off if you're able to get 6 right here.
Kenny Jones in the backfield along with his quarterback, Rick Nance. Samaj split out to the left. Pippen way up top. He's not got a target tonight, but they run it right inside to Jaws. Why not? Down to the 15-yard line, and a first down for West Bloomfield.
Again, what they want to do, get this down about the quarter mark, maybe even a little later if you can. It's probably not going to happen this far up the field, but take 2-3 minutes if you can off the clock. Get in the end zone, continue to fight this defensive front, and use that to set up some athletic plays for your wide receivers. Still got Deontay Pippen out there. Jaden Allo's having a nice game too, and don't count out DeAndre Hill up the middle.
So the Lakers in the red zone at the 16-yard line, 1st and 10. 4 minutes to go in the third quarter. Pressure, but a good pass by Nance, and ball dropped by the Laker receiver.
Yeah, just had to get that ball out of there. Had a little bit of a check down there as Brody Pecor, the fullback, lining up there at tight end. Also the backup quarterback for this team. Shifted out across the field, got himself open after missing that block, and a good awareness, good field awareness by the tight end there, Pecor, to get out in space after missing that block and giving his quarterback an opportunity to ditch that play.
So it's going to be 2nd down and 10 now after the incompletion. Lakers trips right, 2 receivers off to the left. Nobody in the backfield with Nance. Nance, screen pass inside, complete, and a nice job by West Bloomfield. Still on his feet, Samaj Morgan makes an extra cut, gets the ball down to the 5-yard line. Going to be close to, and I think will be, and it is a first down.
I love the design of that play. Trips right, 2 cornerbacks, 1 high safety. That gives you some space right in the middle there, just off the play to get Samaj Morgan in the space or run your other guys too. Didn't have a whole lot of room to run, but man, can he make something out of nothing. But that's just a great design play there on that pass.
Samaj up top, Pippen on the near side this time. Lakers are going to run it. Jaws in the middle of the field, running it right down between the hash marks. Not much there. Clarkston doing a good job on D.
Yeah, quick play, swallowing it up there. The defensive tackle, Jacob Leonardson, formerly the center for this team on the offensive side of the ball, getting some reps on the defensive side and immediately shifts around, gets into the A gap, and swallows up Kenneth Jones.
So 3:17 and ticking to go here in the third quarter, 28-14. Lakers knocking on the door in the red zone. 2nd down and goal to go. Ball on the 6-yard line. Lakers all bunched up. They look like they want to run. Direct snap here to Kenny Jones. Kenny Jones with Samaj on the jet sweep right. Samaj is going to throw it back the other way. Trick play. Touchdown from Samaj Morgan. I don't know who caught the pass.
That's Jaws.
Little trickery by the Lakers. Watch the replay. This one could have gone bad.
Jalen Jackson.
Okay, watch this. So here's Samaj on the jet sweep. And he's going to stop, look the other way. It looks off the pass, then finds a receiver.
That is Jaws.
And it's Kenny Jones in the end zone. And look at Kenny Jones with that little
intimidating karate move there.
Yeah, it's right at the end.
Chop you up with my shark teeth.
Touchdown, West Bloomfield. Your Lakers now 34-14. That was a crazy play. Here come the Lakers with the extra point attempt. Ward. Snap is good, and the kick is up, and it is good. So we add one more. It's the Lakers 35, Clarkston 14, West Bloomfield in control. And we got just a couple of minutes left here in the third quarter. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in a minute. You're watching and listening to Laker football.
Plan a day out, enjoy an exquisite dinner, or soak in the atmosphere at Orchard Mall in the heart of West Bloomfield. Between Maple and Orchard Lake Road, capture the moment at Frameable Faces. Wrap up your back-to-school shopping at Guys and Gals, or get presents for your pet at Premier Pet Supply, and so much more. Visit the Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield, and consider visiting November 26th for their Small Business Saturday. Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield.
Welcome back to Laker football right here on 89.3 Lakes FM, lakesfm.com. 2:43 to go in the third quarter. West Bloomfield 35 and Clarkston 14. And with the play-by-play for the rest of the game. Why, you ask? Because I'm the boss and I said so. Ladies and gentlemen, Tyler Keefe.
It's Dave, 2:49 to play in the third quarter. 35 Lakers, 14 for the visiting Clarkston Wolves as the Lakers putting their foot on the gas, going for the jugular. Still plenty of football left to be played here. Krauthammer will kick the ball off from the right hash on the 40-yard line. Right to left. That ball going to be returned. Looks like it was Stevens under it. No, it was not, but still a big return. Still at the 30. Up to the 35 at the 40. Plenty of space at the sideline at the 50. Down to the 45, and that's Cole Church on a great kick return. Excellent blocking. Gets to the sideline and turns on the gas. Looks like that's going to be an end of the third quarter. Lakers 35 and 14. Well, I don't know what's going on. We're having some issues there, some clock issues. 2:43 left and counting in this third quarter, but a great kick return setting up Clarkston for an offensive drive in positive territory on the Lakers side of the football. And here a chance to answer back, make this game a little bit more manageable as we're heading toward the fourth quarter. Some discussions on the sideline for Clarkston. L-Boys already out on the field. This drive will begin for the Wolves at the Laker 46-yard line. Two men in the backfield with the quarterback Cossack. Single man to each side. In motion is Cole Jarvis. Snap to Cossack. In the pocket, some pressure, rolls out right. Nearing the 45-yard line, the opposite side. Quick pass into the ground, intended for Stevens, incomplete. Second down.
Intended for Desmond Stevens, incomplete.
Nothing happening there, incomplete. Had to throw that in the ground. Great pressure in the backfield for the Lakers, chasing down the quarterback. Epps applying some pressure on the wide receiver. It'll be second down and 10 for the Clarkston Wolves, still at the Laker 46-yard line with 2:27 to go in the third quarter in West Bloomfield. Wolves coming to line up the football. Trips right for Clarkston. Single man in the backfield is Ethan Clark. The snap to Cossack. No drop, going to quickly throw off those right, and that is swatted away by the Punisher. Brandon Davis Swain gets in the backfield and knocks that football down. Third down now for Clarkston. Big break on the strong side of the line and gets in the backfield. Just terrible pressure. Then you can't really do a whole lot with that if you're Steven Cossack. Trying to make a play, and this defensive line is just having its way with Clarkston. Third down and 10. 2:13 to go in the third quarter. Twins to each side. Ethan Clark in the backfield with Steven Cossack in the gun. He's standing on the 50-yard line. Man in motion is Cole Jarvis. Snap to Cossack. Quick pass off to Clark. He drops it, incomplete. And that'll be fourth down for Clarkston. 2:13 left to go in the third quarter. Lakers 35, Clarkston 14. The Lakers with 2 nice drives to start this second half and put this game very much in their handling. 46-yard line. Clarkston talking it over. Cossack is still on the field. They will go for it on 4th down and 10. Lining up for Clarkston. Trips to the right, including Desmond Stevens. Single man to the left and 1 man in the backfield with Cossack as Clark. In motion is Cole Jarvis going right to left. Snap to Cossack. Drops in the pocket, going to launch it down the field in the direction of Jarvis. Overthrown, incomplete. Turnover on downs, and this ball's going to go to the West Bloomfield Lakers, who now really have a chance to put this game away in the 3rd quarter and kind of manage it in the 4th quarter. Up 35-14, 2 quick scores for the Lakers. One really well-sustained drive, about 5 minutes. The other just a couple minutes after a great interception by Adrian Epps and some positive yards. And now the L Boys coming back out. Still that first unit going to play in this game. You want them to be able to play full games against competitive teams. Lakers looking to next week, going into Rochester against the Highlanders, who tonight are playing against the feisty Lake Orion Dragons in Lake Orion. And then they got that home game next week, that rematch of the playoffs. So 1st down and 10 for the Lakers on their 46-yard line. Nance in the shotgun. 1 man in the backfield. Jackson in motion for the Lakers. Snap and handoff. Gonna go up the middle. Gets maybe a yard, some push, and maybe an extra 2 yards there. Little gainer on 1st down for the Lakers as Ralph Rogers takes that run.
Ralph Rogers on the carry.
A little over 2 minutes to play in the 3rd quarter. Lakers 35, Clarkston 14. Rogers hit kind of hard, gets up a little bit slow. He'll come off the field now. And the Lakers will continue this drive. 2nd down and 7 yards to go. They're at the 49-yard line. The clock ticking here in West Bloomfield in the 3rd quarter. Nance in the shotgun, trips to the right in bunch formation. Includes Samaj Morgan, twins to the right. Snap to Nance. Quick drop, he's gonna run outside the pocket. Looking down the field, gonna make a big throw. 1 man in range for Clarkston. Doesn't make the interception as that ball's overthrown by Rick Nance. 3rd down now for the West Bloomfield Lakers as he's really going for gold. And Desmond Stevens, good jump on that football. Knows that's going to be a bomb pass, gets himself in range. There's just a little bit of excitement too in the backfield as Nance is making that throw. And that's just a smart play by Stevens. Knows that there's a tendency for Nance to overthrow those balls when there's a little bit of pressure, and he's trying to quickly get it out of there and get it to his receiver. Gets himself in range to still be able to stay in coverage. Not give an opportunity away, but penalty called on West Bloomfield again. An ineligible receiver down the field for West Bloomfield. That's going to set them back. And it's now going to be at the Laker 44-yard line now instead of at the 49. Sets them back. 2nd down and 13 for West Bloomfield. Nance in the shotgun. Setting the play up with Samaj Morgan. It's going to be Morgan and Jalen Jackson lined up to the right. Deontay Pippen off to the left side. Kenneth Jones in the backfield lined up as the fullback to Nance's left. Man in motion is Morgan. Snap to Nance. Going to launch that play way down the field. Looking for his receiver. Intercepted. And that's Jalen Wilson. Got some space at the 40. Still running. Nope, he's over at the 50-yard line. Pass it to 45 to 40. 35 at the sideline, left side. 30 down to the 22-yard line. And that is a big play for Clarkston. 1st down, way deep in the red zone in West Bloomfield territory. Bomb pass for Nance. He's looking way down the field, trying to get that ball to his receiver. And again, double coverage there. It's Jalen Wilson, and it's Cole Church as well. Double coverage and a big interception. Tons of space to get to the sideline. Really nice defensive play for the Clarkston Wolves. That'll set up their offense down 35 to 14 with a $1:15 to play, $1:14 to play in the 3rd quarter. In the shotgun is Cossack. 1 man in the backfield is Clark. In motion is Cole Church. Runs back to his original position. Snap and a handoff to Clark. Takes it around the left tackle and immediately swallowed up. And a nice tackle there. That's Kari Jackson taking him down. 2nd down now for the Clarkston Wolves. Way down in West Bloomfield territory. Started this at the 22. That's where it will remain. No gainer there for the Wolves. 2nd down and 10. 50 seconds left in the third quarter. Your Lakers 35, Clarkston 14. Stick with us. Next week, 7 o'clock kickoff in Rochester. Another big game against the Rochester Adams Highlanders. 2nd down. Cossack in the shotgun. Right next to him is Ethan Clark. Twins to the left. Snap to Cossack. Fakes the handoff. Stays in the pocket. Going for it. Throw it in the end zone and no good. Great pressure there by Adrian Epps. Gets in front of the football as that ball is intended for Cole Church. 3rd down and 10 for Clarkston. Going for it in the end zone. Run being shut down those first couple of plays they had in the previous offensive drive. One here. And so Cossack trying to set up. It's a little bit of a pocket there on his left side. Good throw, but a great jump on that ball by Adrian Epps. Just holding on as receiver, forcing Church to the sideline as that ball's trying to be thrown inside. 3rd down and 10 at the Laker 22. Cossack in the shotgun, Clark in the backfield. Snap and a handoff to Ethan Clark. He tries to take it up the middle, swallow in the backfield. Brandon Davis Swain pushes him back. Big slew of tackles for the Lakers, but a flag on the play. See what's going on this, again, laundry day for the Zebras here at West Bloomfield High School. 19 seconds to play in the third quarter. Lakers 35, Clarkston 14. The referees talking this over, make their decision, see what they call here on 3rd down for Clarkston.
Got a personal foul, face mask on the defense, half the distance to the goal.
And that's big. Face mask call on the Lakers. That's going to give a 1st down for Clarkston. They'll move that ball half the distance. That gives a 2nd win to this Clarkston Wolves team that hasn't been able to run it on this drive. Had some issues in the air on this drive and last drive also. Last couple of drives. Now get another opportunity. So here they are. 1st down and 10 on the Laker 11-yard line. No man in the backfield. Trips left for the Clarkston Wolves and Cossack in the shotgun. Ball snap to Cossack. Contained broken, takes it left. Gets some opening, gets another one, shifts to his right, and that is into the end zone. Touchdown Clarkston Wolves with 5 seconds to go in the third quarter. They'll take a look at this again. Cossack going to take the snap, and Cole Dellinger alongside that left guard, Nick Wazenko, opens up a big hole in the B gap. Shifty move, couple shifty moves there for Cossack, and he gets into the end zone as he escapes Adrian Epps. So now 35 for the Lakers, 20 for the Clarkston Wolves, and Steady Eddie lining up. That's what they call him. 6 for 6 on PATs last week at Rochester. Eddie Langton. Cossack the holder. Ball snap, good hold. Kick is up, and the kick is good. 35-21, Lakers in the lead. We'll take a break. You're listening to Laker Football on Lakes FM, watching on Civic Center TV.
Hey Laker fans, do you know a friend or neighbor that volunteers in Greater West Bloomfield? We would love to help you recognize them at the 51st Annual Michigan Week Awards. Countless members of the communities of Orchard Lake, Keego Harbor, Sylvan Lake, and West Bloomfield give their time and talent daily without regard for recognition. You can help recognize these individuals and organizations at our awards breakfast next year on May 12, 2023. Nominate your neighbor or organization starting January 28, 2023. Go to michiganweek.org for details. Plan a day out, enjoy an exquisite dinner, or soak in the atmosphere at Orchard Mall in the heart of West Bloomfield. Between Maple and Orchard Lake Road, capture the moment at Frameable Faces. Wrap up your back-to-school shopping at Guys and Gals, or get presents for your pet at Premier Pet Supply, and so much more. Visit the Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield, and consider visiting November 26th for their Small Business Saturday. Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield.
Welcome back to Laker Football, Civic Center TV, 89.3 Lakes FM, My Michigan TV. Where can you watch this and listen to us? You can find all the information where we're broadcasting on cable in your local area, on the internet, on your free smartphone and smart TV apps from My Michigan TV at civiccentertv.com/LakerSports. And hey, you want to be a sponsor of this broadcast, like the Orchard Mall, Premier Pet Supply, the Michigan Week Committee, Deb and Ken Macon, civiccentertv.com/ads. After the touchdown, 21 for Clarkston, 35 for your Lakers. Ball's kicked off. Squibb kick to the right side, recovered by the Lakers at the 40-yard line. Still on his feet at the 45, down about the 49-yard line. That's where Lakers will take over on his first down. That kickoff recovered for the Lakers by Darian Hicks, 6 foot, 185, junior for West Bloomfield, formerly a safety and upfield guy in special teams. Nice kickoff return on that squib from Clarkston. Just 3 seconds to go here in the third quarter.
That's the end of the quarter. Clock had run down.
They just had the clock did not run as the end of the third quarter. 35 for West Bloomfield and 21 for Clarkston here in West Bloomfield. Going into the fourth, big game for both of these teams. 2-score game for Clarkston. West Bloomfield looking to, again, put this game out of reach. Now Clarkston was able to make a nice play out of that advantage they had with the turnover from West Bloomfield on that interception by Jalen Wilson, where he took it well down into Laker territory. Another unfortunate penalty for the Lakers. Set up Clarkston for a second chance. Instead of at the 22, they're down at the 11-yard line. A couple of nice plays setting it up, and Kosick makes a great run, but credit to that offensive line. Cole Dellinger, the Michigan State commit, 4-star left tackle in the 72 for Clarkston, and Nick Wazenko, the junior left guard in 53, made a really nice block, opening up the B gap. Linebackers are back in coverage, and a great touchdown for Stephen Kosick there to give Clarkston their third score of the evening and give them 21 points on the board. Still a manageable game with 12 minutes left on the clock. We'll start the fourth quarter here in West Bloomfield. They'll switch sides. West Bloomfield now going left to right. Clarkston defending to the right side. So Lakers will start this drive at the 48-yard line. First down and 10. Nance in at quarterback still. Brody Pecor, the backup quarterback, in at tight end and fullback. Jaws in the backfield. Twins left. Single man right is Deontay Pippin. Snap to Nance. Quick handoff to Jaws. Gets past the 50. Down about the 47-yard line. 46-yard line. Gain of about 2 or 3 on the play, and it'll be second down for West Bloomfield. 35-21 here in West Bloomfield. Lakers leading the Clarkston Wolves, visiting with their 2-1 record. A couple of nice wins over the last couple of weeks. Of course, that 45-35 victory in Rochester against Adams last week. The week before that, a victory against Southfield A&T. Their lone loss at the Big House, 21-28 loss against Davison. Second down and 7 for West Bloomfield. Nance lined up in the shotgun, 2 men in the backfield, Pecor and Jaws. Twins left, single man right. Snap to Nance, hands off to Jaws. Shifting move around the left tackle. Goes back inside, and he is stuffed. Taken down. No gain on the play, maybe a loss of 1. Kavanaugh Dighton comes off the bottom of that scrum, and big play for him. A guy had 100 tackles in 2021 for Clarkston. A great play there. Get around the tackles, get to the running back as Jones there tries to shift around. Good block by Brody Pecor, and then a second win for Kavanaugh Dighton. He gets off that block, and he's not done. Gets to the rusher. Third down and 5 for West Bloomfield. Nance gets the play from the sideline, comes back in, talks it over with Kenneth Jones in the backfield. Trenton Allison lined up weak side. Twins to the right, Samaj Morgan and Jalen Jackson. Ball is snapped to Nance. He'll hand it off to Kenneth Jones. Shifting moves, goes right back up the middle. 45 at the 40, first down and more. And he reaches out, gets down to about the 36-yard line. First down, that's not Kenneth Jones. That is Jalen Jackson. A great play again for the seniors. 5'9", 160, wide receiver, running back fusion there. Makes a nice play for West Bloomfield. So it'll be first down for the Lakers. That was Kenneth Jones in the backfield. Some trickery there with these numbers on the special jerseys. They only wear them on Family Fun Night, much to the joy of those up here in the broadcast booth. Nice jerseys, though. Can't knock it. 10 minutes to play in the ball game. Nance in the shotgun for the Lakers on 1st and 10. Snap to Nance. He'll hand it off up the middle, couple yards. Push from the offensive line. Maybe gets him a little bit more. Gain of 3 yards for West Bloomfield on first down. Another tackle there. Looks like Ethan Clark got in on the action, coming in on the defensive side of the ball. Get some speed, get some physicality there, and supporting the linebacking core and safeties. Second down and 6 now for West Bloomfield. Zebras give them 4 yards on first down with 9.5 to play in the ball game. Lakers at the Clarkston 32-yard line, up 35-21 here in West Bloomfield. Lakers looking to go 4-0. Clarkston with a loss tonight. Be 500 at 2-2 heading into next week. Rick Nance in the shotgun. 1 man in the backfield is Kenneth Jones. Bunch formation on the right side. It's DeAndre Hill. No, Jalen Jackson, now in motion to the left. Snap and a handoff. Reed to Kenneth Jones. Gets up the middle. A-gap space and gets it down to the 20-yard line. Going to be a first down. They'll move the chains. Lakers inching closer to that Clarkston end zone again, where they would once again take a commanding lead. Already a 2-score lead, but 3 scores at this time really puts that game away. First down for the Lakers now at the Clarkston 20-yard line. Rick Nance at the sideline talking things over, looking to the sideline to get the play. Ralph Rogers coming in. Kenneth Jones in the backfield. So is the Punisher, Brandon Davis Swain, lined up at tight end on the right side, just behind the offensive line. Rick Nance in the gun. Trenton Ellison wide to the left. Deontay Pippen to the right. Nance talking things over with Jalen Jackson. Line up in the slot on the left side. Snap to Nance. Hand off to Kenneth Jones. Takes it up the middle. Gets a couple. Swallowed up there. Tackle being made now by Clarkston. And it is Dominic Kleba on the tackle, as well as a slew of Wolves linemen and linebackers. Clay Smaka also there to make the tackle. Gain of 1 for the Lakers with 8 minutes to play in the ball game. 2nd and 9 for West Bloomfield. Nance again taking his time, developing the play. Some discussions there on blocking between Amir Herring and Jalen Jackson. Good guy to learn how to block from there. 4-star tackle heading to the University of Michigan next year. One of the absolute favorites here in West Bloomfield and a candidate for the Anvil Award through the State Champs Network. 2nd and 9, 7:35 to play. Nance in the shotgun, snapping a handoff to Jones. Again, he'll look to the right side, goes B-gap, gets up to about the 15, diving play.
Jones on the
And a nice one there for Kenneth Jones. It'll be 3rd and 5, thereabouts for West Bloomfield at the 15-yard line of Clarkston. 7:18 to play, Lakers 35, Clarkston 21 in West Bloomfield. Big game next week, not going to want to miss it. It's exclusively here, CivicCenterTV.com/LakersSports, 89.3 Lakes FM. Hey, if you're in West Bloomfield, your Comcast user, you got Channel 15 and Channel 19 on WBTV, AT&T in the Community Television Guide, Government Guide. On Channel 99, we're also on the Facebook page of the West Bloomfield School District. Learn more information, CivicCenterTV.com/LakersSports. Snap to Nance, fakes the handoff, takes it up the middle, gets down about the 11-yard line. That'll set up a 4th down play with about 6:40 to go in the ball game. Lakers 35, Clarkston 21. Will they go for it on 4th down? Looks like they're going to. Nance looking to the sideline to get a play. Why not? Who's it going to hurt? You're up 14 points. About halfway through the quarter now. 6:40, 6:20 to play in the ball game. Looks like the referee is tucking it over.
Illegal shift on the offense.
You heard it here.
5-yard
Illegal
penalty.
shift. It's going to set the Lakers back. We'll do 3rd down again now with 6:42 to play in the ball game. On the 15-yard line, it'll be 3rd down and 6 for West Bloomfield instead of 4th and 1. Nance lined up in the shotgun. Nobody in the backfield. Kenneth Jones out short to the right. Samaj Morgan and Trenton Allison out to the left. One other guy, it's also Jaden Allos lined up there with Samaj Morgan. 2 guys in the slot. 2 high safeties for Clarkston. Looking for a bomb pass here. It's a snap to Nance. Immediately going to take up the middle. Big hole. Going to get down to about the 20. And swallowed up at the 19-yard line. Had a hole, but good second effort by Clarkston. Will force a 4th down with 6 minutes to play and some change in the ball game. Ethan Clark makes the tackle, coming in on defense. Adds some support to that linebacking core. Lakers looking to run it. Keep that clock running. Wear out this line. A lot of guys playing both ways for Clarkston. Put this game away. Looking forward to next week in Rochester. Another big game. The Lakers taking control now in the OAA Red Division. The last remaining undefeated team, it will look like. They'll go 4-1. They'll go 4-0 tonight after this victory. Clarkston will fall to 2-2 with a loss in week 1 to Davison. And looks like it'll be one here tonight in West Bloomfield. So they're talking it over on the sideline. Rick Nance getting the calls. Looks like he's off the field. They're going to call a timeout. West Bloomfield will call a timeout. We'll take a quick timeout as well. Be back in just a few seconds here on 89.3 Lakes FM and Civic Center TV.
If your pet could tell you where you should shop for him or her, it'd be a place run by pet lovers. With hard-to-find food, toys, and gifts, with pet-friendly people and services, and great advice from people who really know pets. It'd be a place where his friends hang out, even that old guy, where there's a surprise around every corner. If your pets could tell you, they'd recommend Premier Pet Supply. But pets can't talk. Or can they? Premier Pet Supply, the place pets love.
Welcome back, Laker football. CivicCenterTV.com/Lakers Sports for everywhere you're joining us. Thanks to our sponsors. You saw Premier Pet Supply, the Orchard Mall, also a sponsor. It's where you can find Premier Pet Supply in West Bloomfield, other locations all throughout the Oakland County area. I go to 1-0-5 for the Cats Jackson title. Also, a big thank you to Ken and Deb Macon and the West Michigan Committee as well, our sponsors. You want to join in on the action? CivicCenterTV.com/ads. 4th down and 7 for the Cowboys. Nobody in the backfield. Shotgun for Rick Nance at the Clarkston 16. Snap to Nance. Looking to his left. Getting chased by Clark. Sack. Turnover on downs. Clarkston will take it over. A little bit of energy there from Clark the Shark as he gets in the backfield and sacks the quarterback. Clarkston will take it over now. Look at that again. Rick Nance getting good protection there. 5 guys on the offensive line. But a bunched up formation for Clarkston. They send a D lineman long. And Nance is looking at him, and he doesn't get any warning that Clark is coming around his blind side. And a nice diving tackle for Ethan Clark tonight, making an impact in all 3 phases of the game for Clarkston. So now, Stephen Kosick, the backup quarterback, in tonight for Mike Hine. A big, big impact not having their quarterback, the senior, former wide receiver and defensive back in the ball game. But Kosick still having a nice game against this tough defense for the Lakers. 1st down and 10. Kosick in the shotgun. Clark in the backfield. Motion for Stevens. He'll hand it off to Stevens. And a quick pitch pass down the field. Caught by Cole Jarvis. Got space at the 50. Down to the 40 and tackled out of bounds. Little bit of trickery there for Clarkston. Hand off to Desmond Stevens. And he makes a nice little skip pass out to the sideline. We'll see it again. They put Stevens in motion. They faked the handoff to him. That's what they usually would do. But no, he takes the ball. Quick little pass down the field. Gets it out to Cole Jarvis, who had a really nice game offensively last week in Rochester, and they make a big play. So now in positive territory at the Laker 39-yard line, 1st down and 10 with a little bit under 5 minutes to play in the game. Man in motion to Stevens again. They will hand it off to him. He will take it this time, rushing to the sideline at the 40, the 35, the 30. Couple of Lakers on the tackle. They'll take him down to about the 29-yard line. Montel Johnson there for West Bloomfield. Lorenzo Williams, who's headed to Western Michigan, also on that tackle. A nice runner there for Desmond Stevens, getting some more action now. Really talented guy. Really like that guy out there. Played linebacker last season for Clarkston. Now a wide receiver and a defensive back for the Wolves. A speed guy and physical player as well. Standing at 6'3", 205. Whistles on the field. Let's see what this is all about. With 4:54 to play. I was seeing number 28 called down on the clock instead. Whistle now. They'll call the play active. Shotgun for Stephen Kosick. Ethan Clark in the backfield. Twins to the right. Single man to the left is Aiden Kurgis. Snap to Kosick. No drop back. Going to throw it. Intended for Kosen. Over his head. Incomplete. It'll be 2nd down. 4:13 to play. We'll adjust our clock in a moment. 4:13 to play. Lakers 35. Clarkston Wolves 21 on that after that incomplete pass.
Yeah. Personal foul. Roughing the passer on the defense. Automatic first down.
So that'll take them up the field. Clarkston again going to get a second opportunity off of a penalty by the Lakers. They'll march that ball off the field. 1st down for the Clarkston Wolves. Nearing the 10-yard line at the 14. So it'll be 1st down and 10, not end goal. For Stephen Kosick, backup quarterback. Ethan Clark, the star running back for Clarkston. They're twins left, twins right setup here. Clark to the left of Kosick, who's in the shotgun. Puts Clark in motion to his right. Now going to be in the slot. Snap to Kosick, looking for Clark on a post route. Contain broken. Trip up is Kosick. Going to run off to the sideline at the 15. Getting chased. Down about the 10. He'll run out of bounds. No gain there. It'll be 2nd down with a little over 4 minutes to play in the ball game here. Kosick trying to do whatever he can to make a play there. looking for Clark on that post route, but he has swallowed up some physical plays there. Brandon Davis Swain chasing him down. He's trying to not get punished. He's running out of the pocket and gets off to the sideline where he's getting chased down. Finally out of bounds is Jameer Benjamin up in coverage, trying to take down the quarterback and keep that clock running. Nonetheless, 4 minutes, 3 seconds to go in this ball game. Lakers 35 and the Clarkston Wolves 21. Second down and 5 at the Laker 9 for the Wolves, under the tutelage of Justin Pintar in his first season at the helm. Under center, Cossack. Way in the backfield is Ethan Clark. Cossack going hard count, finally snaps the ball. Long fake handoff to Clark. He's going to throw it to his right side. It is caught near the end zone, taken down. Not going to be a touchdown, but a nice design play and a good catch by Cole Church. And the Clarkston Wolves 21 gets this down to about the 1 yard line, but it'll be third down now for the Clarkston Wolves. Just under 4 minutes to play. Look at this play again. Good pass off to the side. Just at the right time. Perfect timing on that throw. Got under the ball, did Church in triple coverage. But not so much pressure there, so he's able to pull that ball in. Clarkston talking this one over. Going back into the huddle. Lakers also discussing this. The referees getting the Lakers all lined up, getting the ball placed. They're going to discuss this a little bit. They're calling it a touchdown. So the Zebras calling audible. Ball was down to 1. Now it's a touchdown. That'll be 6 points for Clarkston. Now the score 35 for West Bloomfield and 27 for the Clarkston Wolves. They call Cole Church in for 6. They'll go for the PAT. We'll see that again as they're lining that ball up. Cossack was under center. Unconventional for the Wolves tonight. They actually got a play under there. They moved that ball quickly. Quarterback sneak up the middle for Cossack, and he scores with 3:26 to go in the ball game for Clarkston. Now trying to make this a one-score game. It becomes very interesting with 3:26 to play. Clarkston with all 3 of their timeouts. West Bloomfield with 2. 35-27. Steady Eddie out for the PAT. They're going to reset that to 3:32 instead of 3:26 left on the clock. So Eddie Langton coming out for the PAT. This would make this a 7-point game. And now it gets interesting here in West Bloomfield. West Bloomfield was up by multiple touchdowns, up 35-14, and now 14 unanswered points for Clarkston. 3:32 to play in the ball game. Steady Eddie, 6 for 6 last week. Hasn't missed one tonight. That one is blocked. Not gonna get it. 35-27. And the perfect streak for Steady Eddie is gone. The Lakers blocked that kick. Let's take a look. They're bunched up Stephen Fountain. Look at that, the towering man in the Laker 97. Not a great hold, and his kick is up. 97 doesn't even play a factor in that. It's just not a great hold there. The Lakers able to block it. Looked like it might have been Pippen. Not entirely sure who did block it, but that is fortunate for the West Bloomfield Lakers. 35-27 now with 3:32 to play in the ball game after that touchdown run for Stephen Cossack. Made this a one-score game. 35-27. The PAT is no good, and that is where the score stands. So Clarkston will kick it off to West Bloomfield with 3:32 to play. West Bloomfield has 2 timeouts remaining. Clarkston with all 3. Not likely that they're going to use them just yet. But West Bloomfield's definitely going to try to run that football, get the clock rolling, try to get a couple of first downs and force Clarkston to take that little piece of strategy they got in their back pocket with those timeouts away from them in case they do get the football back without a Lakers score. 3.5 and some change to play in the ball game. Your Lakers 35. Clarkston Wolves 27. Langton going to kick this off. He'll kick it off from the left side. They're going to try an onside kick here. So buckle up. Big play here for the Clarkston Wolves. Down to 8 points in West Bloomfield. Langton signals. He's going to kick it. It goes 10 yards. It bounces into Laker territory. Lakers recover it and tackle it about the 44-yard line. And that is where Rick Nance and company will take over, and they've got to make something happen here. Getting a little scary here in West Bloomfield. 8-point deficit for the Clarkston Wolves with 3.5 to play in the ball game. West Bloomfield talking it over. Ken Rise getting his offense settled. This is a critical drive for both of these teams. Clarkston's got to stop the football, limit those first downs, keep those timeouts as a strategic advantage, and hopefully get themselves back down the field and get a 2-point conversion and tie this thing up. Maybe send it to an overtime for a 3rd straight year. West Bloomfield trying to make that not happen, end this thing in regulation. To do that, got to get first downs, and you got to get on the board. 1st and 10 for the Lakers at their own 45. Nansen shotgun, bunch formation, single man out to each side. It's Pippin and Morgan. Snap to Nance, he'll hand it off up the middle to Jaws. Gets some space, first down, yes he will. Gets to the 45, down about the 44-yard line in Clarkston territory. There's the first down for West Bloomfield. That is big. Some discussion in the scrum there. Just trying to get the guys off the ground, it looked like. We'll take a look at this. Something might have happened there. Just a simple run play. Hand off to Kenneth Jones. Takes it B-gap. Past the 50-yard line. Taken down. Didn't look like the ball got loose on that tackle by Cole Jarvis.
Timeout, Clarkston.
Clarkston uses the first of their 3 timeouts. 2 remaining. It's a first down for West Bloomfield. This is where it becomes a game of strategy and a game of first down for West Bloomfield. It's got to take those timeouts away from Clarkston with 2 remaining. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll see how this plays out. You're watching Laker football on Civic Center TV, listening on Lakes FM.
Plan a day out, enjoy an exquisite dinner, or soak in the atmosphere at Orchard Mall in the heart of West Bloomfield. Between Maple and Orchard Lake Road, capture the moment at Frameable Faces. Wrap up your back-to-school shopping at Guys and Gals, or get presents for your pet at Premier Pet Supply, and so much more. Visit the Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield, and consider visiting November 26th for their Small Business Saturday. Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield.
Late game action here, Laker football, Civic Center TV and Lakes FM. Your Lakers up 8, 35-27 after the surging Clarkston Wolves make use of the 4th quarter. But first down for the Lakers, and only 2 timeouts remaining for Clarkston at the Clarkston 44. Nance in the shotgun, Jones in the backfield, snapping the handoff to Jones. He goes left side, shifts back up the middle, gets about 5 yards. Second down and 5 now for West Bloomfield. Whistles on the field. Referees going to talk this over.
Senko on the tackle.
Senko on the tackle for the Clarkston Wolves as he takes down Jones, but another great run.
3:20 on the clock.
They're going to reset the clock to 3:20 here in West Bloomfield. 2nd and 5 it'll be for the Lakers. They've already got 1 first down. Clarkston calls another timeout. They got 1 remaining now. 2nd down and 5. The Lakers are able to get a first down. This one is about over for the Clarkston Wolves. Lakers can sustain a drive. They can get down the field, keep rushing the football, take time off the clock. All they really need is 3 to take this one away, as it is big lead for West Bloomfield, 35 to 27 for West Bloomfield. 3:20 to play in the ball game here in West Bloomfield after the timeout by Clarkston. That's 2 straight for them. 1 after a first down rush from Jones, 1 after a 5-yard gainer. We'll call it 4 yards for West Bloomfield. 2nd down and 6. Got to get to the 44-yard line for first down, where Clarkston will surely burn their final timeout. Morgan, as well as Jameer Benjamin, line up in the backfield. It'll be a direct snap to Kenneth Jones. Snap to Jones. He's going to take it right side. Gets a good block. Gets up the middle. First down and more. 30-yard line. Down about the 27. That is going to give the Lakers a first down. Clarkston surely going to take that final timeout. Now the Lakers in the driver's seat completely, up 8. 3:15 to play. That is the final timeout called by the Clarkston Wolves here in West Bloomfield. Final timeout. West Bloomfield going to have a first down now, down at the 27-yard line of Clarkston, as both these teams talk it over. Lakers a little bit of dangerous territory there. They came into this fourth quarter up 35-14. A quick score near the end of the third quarter for Cossack on a run. Put this game down to 14 points, and then another Cossack run in the fourth quarter with 3.5 and some change to play. Made this 35-27. They did not get the PAT on a bad snap and a bad hold. This still a very interesting game here in West Bloomfield.
The score on the scoreboard to 35-27.
As you heard from the referees, 35-27. Still a ball game here in West Bloomfield, but first down for the Lakers and no timeouts remaining for the Clarkston Wolves. This game's not over yet, but it is just about there. West Bloomfield looking to pick up a big win at home. Bunch formation, going to be a direct snap again to Kenneth Jones. He takes it. Going to go left side, up the middle, off the block from Montel Johnson on that side, get a few yards. And they'll keep this one going. Second down now after the rush in the Wildcat for Kenneth Jones. He's motioning, roll it back. Let's keep going. Do that again. Keep inching forward. 3 minutes to play in this ball game in West Bloomfield. Lakers looking to continue this undefeated season, turn it 4-0 and 2-0 in the OAA Red. And Clarkston looking like they're going to pick up their second loss on the season, the first one since week 1 at the Big House against Davison. 2:47 to play. Lakers 35, Clarkston Wolves 27. No timeouts left for Clarkston. Second down and 5 for the L Boys at the Clarkston 24. Lakers going right to left toward the end zone, hoping to score here and put this game away. Snap to Jaws. Takes it left side, bunch at the line, pushing forward this Laker offensive front. Gets that down, maybe 2-yard gain. And it'll be third down with 2:15 to play in this ball game for West Bloomfield. Up 8 points. They're looking to put this one away. Jaws gets a good push on the left side of the line from Terrence Daniels, left guard. Of course, Amir Herring, the left tackle, 4-star player, heading to the University of Michigan next year, and an on the watch board for the Anvil Award from state champs. Minute 50 left in this game. Lakers talking it over, going to take the full scope of the clock. It's going to be another direct snap to Kenneth Jones. We know it, they know it, everybody knows it. Montel Johnson and Kari Jackson in for the block. The snap to Jaws, going to get a push up the middle, still on his feet, down about the 10. That's going to do it. First down, West Bloomfield. Game is all but over. Your Lakers going to pick up the W here. First down for West Bloomfield. See that replay again. 3 big blockers back there. Johnson on the left. Kari Jackson makes a big play up the center. Then a big push. 66 for West Bloomfield. Making it happen. The center, Dallin Henry, multi-year starter, including getting some action on that championship team in 2020. So Jones going to come off the field. A little hobbled up there. Rick Nance in the ball game. Brody Picourt going to play fullback. Both Samaj Morgan and Ralph Rogers going to be lined up in the backfield victory formation. First down and 10 on the Clarkston 12. Nance under center. Takes the knee. All extracurricular at this point with 50 seconds to go in the ball game. Lakers 35, Clarkston 27. Going to be a W for the Lakers in the rivalry game on Family Fun Night. Last little bit of fun is a Lakers W. That's how they prefer it. They'll go in the Rochester Adams 4-0. Undefeated on the season, undefeated in the OAA Red. Nance, victory formation again, knees it. 30 seconds left. Lakers going to walk into the sideline. Tap on the hat for the Clarkston Wolves. Congratulate them. That's the ball game. Final score 35. West Bloomfield 27 for Clarkston. We'll take a break and come back with the Laker postgame show, Civic Center TV and 89.3 Lakes FM.
Wake up, Greater West Bloomfield. Start your mornings with The Splash and tune in for The Splash Live. Get acquainted with people, places, and activities that are live, local, and for you. First thing in the morning, weekdays at 9:30 a.m. on our Civic Center TV YouTube page, or watch us live at Civic Center TV or on Facebook. The Splash Live, Greater West Bloomfield's live update show.
If your pet could tell you where you should shop for him or her, it'd be a place run by pet lovers. With hard-to-find food, toys, and gifts, with pet-friendly people and services, and great advice from people who really know pets, It'd be a place where his friends hang out, even that old guy, where there's a surprise around every corner. If your pets could tell you, they'd recommend Premier Pet Supply. But pets can't talk. Or can they? Premier Pet Supply, the place pets love.
Fire Prevention Week is just around the corner. Join volunteer, part-time, and on-call firefighters at this year's Fire Open House. Catch up on your fire safety knowledge with live demonstrations and hands-on activities. Chat with local businesses and resources about fire prevention, see some familiar faces, fight future fires, and make some new friends. The West Bloomfield Fire Open House, October 2nd from noon to 3 p.m. at Fire Station 1 on Orchard Lake Road. Hey Laker fans, do you know a friend or neighbor that volunteers in Greater West Bloomfield? We would love to help you recognize them at the 51st Annual Michigan Week Awards. Countless members of the communities of Orchard Lake, Kego Harbor, Sylvan Lake, and West Bloomfield give their time and talent daily without regard for recognition. You can help recognize these individuals and organizations at our awards breakfast next year on May 12, 2023. Nominate your neighbor or organization starting January 28, 2023. Go to michiganweek.org for details. Plan a day out, enjoy an exquisite dinner, or soak in the atmosphere at Orchard Mall in the heart of West Bloomfield. Between Maple and Orchard Lake Road, capture the moment at Frameable Faces. Wrap up your back-to-school shopping at Guys and Gals, or get presents for your pet at Premier Pet Supply, and so much more. Visit the Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield, and consider visiting November 26th for their Small Business Saturday. Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield.
Welcome back to Laker football right here on 89.3 Lakes FM, lakesfm.com, Civic Center TV on YouTube, on Facebook, of course, West Bloomfield Schools Facebook channel, and on My Michigan TV. And oh my, what a great game for your West Bloomfield Lakers if you're a Laker fan. Big night tonight. The Lakers go 4-0 in the season against one of the most competitive teams, one of their great rivals in the OAA Red. The Lakers beat Clarkston. Final score tonight, 35-27. Big accomplishment for West Bloomfield. Did get a little dramatic right there at the end of the game as Clarkston pulled the game within 8, but your Lakers held on, and they kept moving the ball, running it down the field, able to just burn time on the clock and make it all happen. So the West Bloomfield Lakers come up with a big victory, and that sets up a really interesting game. Next Friday night, it won't be there. We hope you come join us, too, in person over at Rochester Adams as West Bloomfield and Adams go at it next Friday night. Should be a lot of fun. Now, don't forget, there's some bad blood here because Adams has been extremely competitive against the Lakers. They beat the Lakers in their opening game last year and really surprised the Lakers after they won the state championship. Then they came back as the Lakers had a chance for revenge in the regional finals, this over at Rochester, and Rochester snuck out a victory 14-13 in that contest to go on to the state quarterfinals, only to be knocked down by Belleville. So it was really a great game all the way around last year, and it sets up for an interesting game coming up this year. But we've got our own Tyler Keefe down on the field. I don't know if we've got everything all hooked up and we could see Tyler or not, but we'll check in with him in just a couple of seconds down there. And the Lakers get together, as you can see in a moment. Well, you can see the shots right now. Lakers get together and talk about the game right in the field after each and every game. Tyler Keefe is right in there. I don't know if we can hear. Let me turn his microphone on and see if we can hear what's going on down there. Open that up there. Let's see if we can quite hear him yet. Nope, can't quite hear your mic yet, Tyler. So a little bit of work to make sure our antenna is all in the right direction and everything is good. Can't quite hear you there, but we will in just a couple of minutes. So we'll take a quick 30-second timeout, talk to Tyler off the air, and we'll be back with our post-game coverage. You're listening to Laker Football on 89.3 Lakes FM and lakesfm.com.
If your pet could tell you where you should shop for him or her, it'd be a place run by pet lovers. With hard-to-find food, toys, and gifts, with pet-friendly people and services, and great advice from people who really know pets, it'd be a place where his friends hang out, even that old guy, where there's a surprise around every corner. If your pets could tell you, they'd recommend Premier Pet Supply. But pets can't talk. Or can they? Premier Pet Supply, the place pets love.
All right, welcome back, Laker football, right here at 89.3 Lakes FM, lakesfm.com. You can see the coaching staff down on the field and having some conversations. We don't quite have our audio link established yet, but we'll work on that over the next couple of minutes. Again, a very joyous evening for your West Bloomfield Lakers, coming up with a huge victory tonight over Clarkston, and it wasn't even certain down until the last final seconds of the contest here as West Bloomfield was really getting back on their heels a little bit defensively, but it ended up working out really well. Lakers end up winning by 8, and it's got to be a very joyous, celebratory environment down on the field. We're going to take another timeout here, see if we can get all of our technical things worked out so we can hear what's going on field side. I'm Dave Scott, back in a moment on the Laker Postgame Show.
Wake up, Greater West Bloomfield. Start your mornings with The Splash and tune in for The Splash Live. Get acquainted with people, places, and activities that are live, local, and for you. First thing in the morning, weekdays at 9:30 a.m. on our Civic Center TV YouTube page, or watch us live at Civic Center TV or on Facebook. The Splash Live, Greater West Bloomfield's live update show.
If your pet could tell you where you should shop for him or her, it'd be a place run by pet lovers. With hard-to-find food, toys, and gifts, with pet-friendly people and services, and great advice from people who really know pets, it'd be a place where his friends hang out, even that old guy, where there's a surprise around every corner. If your pets could tell you, they'd recommend Premier Pet Supply, but pets can't talk. Or can they? Premier Pet Supply, the place pets love.
Fire Prevention Week is just around the corner. Join volunteer, part-time, and on-call firefighters at this year's Fire Open House. Catch up on your fire safety knowledge with live demonstrations and hands-on activities. Chat with local businesses and resources about fire prevention, see some familiar faces, fight future fires, and make some new friends. The West Bloomfield Fire Open House, October 2nd from noon to 3 p.m. at Fire Station 1 on Orchard Lake Road. Hey Laker fans, do you know a friend or neighbor that volunteers in Greater West Bloomfield? We would love to help you recognize them at the 51st Annual Michigan Week Awards. Countless members of the communities of Orchard Lake, Keego Harbor, Sylvan Lake, and West Bloomfield give their time and talent daily without regard for recognition. You can help recognize these individuals and organizations at our awards breakfast next year on May 12, 2023. Nominate your neighbor or organization starting January 28, 2023. Go to michiganweek.org for details. Plan a day out, enjoy an exquisite dinner, or soak in the atmosphere at Orchard Mall in the heart of West Bloomfield. Between Maple and Orchard Lake Road, capture the moment at Frameable Faces. Wrap up your back-to-school shopping at Guys and Gals, or get presents for your pet at Premier Pet Supply, and so much more. Visit the Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield, and consider visiting November 26th for their Small Business Saturday. Orchard Mall in West Bloomfield.
Welcome back to the Laker Postgame Show. Dave Scott, Tyler Keefe, and your West Bloomfield Lakers down on the field tonight for Family Fun Night and getting some recognition from some of the parents down there. We'll hear from Tyler in just a couple of moments right down there on the field and be able to talk to him. We got all of our audio stuff sorted out, so we'll hear from him in just a second. And nice little presents being awarded there. That one, of course, somebody given a nice little present there to Bryce Rowe. Not exactly sure why, but we'll find out, of course. Tyler will have a chance to talk to the coaches, some of the players, and get some feedback from right down there on the field. So thank you very much for tuning in tonight. Dave Scott, Tyler Keefe, and hopefully we'll have a chance to hear from Tyler in just a second when he gets his microphone turned on here. We're all set. And Tyler Keefe, let's send it down to you.
Thank you, Dave. Let's get back into the scrum there. I'll get this going, just making my way into the middle.
All right, Tyler, we have a little trouble hearing you, so just make sure you get that microphone real clear and you're talking right into it. There we go.
Got it done, right? They knew what we were doing, and they couldn't stop us when it came down to it. Hey, let's grind. Let's keep getting better. Adams, Orion, Oxford, Southfield. Let's go. All right. Captain Jaws.
Hey, bro, I just want to say, bro, shout out to my offensive line. You know, shout out to the linebackers who stepped in. You know, y'all did your job. We had a great week of practice. We got to continue to live up to the expectations, you know. Family fun night we had to put on for the city. You know, that's what we did. Bryce, I just want to say, bro, you know, the teammates behind you, bro, you know what I'm saying? You know, my mom mean everything to me, so I know she mean everything to you, bro. So I just need high expectations for you, bro. Do it for your mom, bro. You know what I'm saying? And the team got your back, you know. So I love y'all boys.
Captain Amir.
Great win. You know, we played a really good team. You know, overall top 5 team in the state, so this was a really good win overall. But, you know, we always got something to, you know, work on, you know, offensively, defensively, and, you know, on special teams. So let's just go back to the drawing board tomorrow, just clean up our stuff that we need to clean up. And Bryce, bro, we got your back through it all, bro. You know, I love you as a teammate, and you got 60 other teammates who love you too. So we got you, bro, through it all.
Samaj, Captain Samaj. I just want to say I'm thankful for all y'all, bro. You know, putting your all in this game, you know what I'm saying? Some people had individual good games, but you know all that shit come with the team, bro. So without our team, bro, that, you feel me, it ain't nothing.
And thank God for the opportunity. And my baby Bryce, you know how he is, bro. That's my baby. So, you know, I'm behind you whatever, bro. And good win today, y'all.
Captain Jackson. Captain Jackson.
I just want to say, bro, I love y'all boys, bro. I love coming out, riding with y'all, bro. We gonna keep riding till the wheels fall off. Obviously, we got stuff to pick up, you know what I'm saying? Correct. So come back on the drawing board, like Amir said, you know what I'm saying? Defense, we gotta make more plays, you know what I'm saying? That's me included. I made some tackles today. We all made some plays that we need to, you know what I'm saying, correct and fix. LB's on that tackle at the area practice this week, but you know what I'm saying? We know what we gotta do, we know we gotta improve, but great win, you know what I'm saying? I love y'all, boy. I love playing with y'all boys, and we're gonna keep riding out.
Last but not least, Captain Harris.
Hey, Bryce, I love you, bro. You know how we is, bro. If you need anything, you know you can call me. Yeah, I love y'all, bro. We played a good team, bro. You know, I had some individual mistakes. We all had some individual mistakes, bro. But, you know, that comes with big games and, you know, just being nervous. But, you know, we got to lock in, bro, because, you know, this ain't over with. Our salary went up. We still got to get paid. We got Adams, bro. It's a revenge tour. Okay. Y'all know what it is. Okay. So let's lock in. Let's have a great week of practice next week.
Hey, listen up. Once again, congratulate you guys on your victory today. That was a good program, good team we beat. But let's enjoy this victory because next week, the energy and the climate is going to change. Okay. The energy, we got Adams next week. Okay. It's payback this week.
That shit personal.
Payback.
That shit personal.
They beat us twice last year. Okay. First time they beat us in 6 years. Yeah. They're going to know what Laker football feel like. So next week, guys, get your mind right, get your head right, get your whatever you need to do to get right, because next week, we getting ready for these guys, we getting prepared, and we getting on the road. We want you guys to be at Adams next week, fam. I want you guys, we need to bring a whole crowd. We're going to let them know what Laker football is all about. It's our football game. Let's bring this thing down.
Very, very exciting moment down there, Tyler. Maybe you could check in a little bit. I don't know if you can hear me or not, Tyler. But why don't you just grab that microphone and we can chat here for a minute, Tyler. So, Tyler, very exciting moment down on the field. And I really like what Coach Grice said. He's just encouraging the entire Laker Nation to come out and help them and is all fired up about next week at Adams and is looking for some payback.
Yeah, it's going to be a big game. Similar performance tonight has to happen that game. Saying bring the energy, bring the power to Rochester Adams. That's going to be a tough game. It's a tough game for anyone going into that environment. They know what it's like, and they know what they lost last season. They're going back in for revenge.
There's any question at all about what this is all about next week and how fired up this team is getting ready for it. That question has been answered, and not only was the coach fired up with the team, but also very excited about getting the fans out there. Fans played a big part, I think, tonight. So listen to the Lakers here for a minute, then Tyler will get a chance to, I'm sure, grab one or two people here as we continue our unique exclusive post game coverage right here on the field from West Bloomfield. A lot of fans made their way down here, players all there. You can see it all. And Tyler right in the middle of all. Tyler, you got anything?
Holding on Coach Grice here, and just going to go pull him over when I get him a minute here. He's talking to some other media. I'll go grab a player while I'm at it. Find somebody.
Now this is live TV, everybody. Tyler keeps right down in the field trying to find somebody. Get the cameras to stay right with him, and everybody's very excited about what's going on. And it's kind of what it's like in a scrum after a football game. And a lot of other reporters following this team, and a lot of other people trying to get a word in right after the game. Couldn't be more exciting, though. We'll just kind of hang in here for a minute and wait for Tyler to get an opportunity to have a conversation with somebody.
Good doing interview. Just going to bring up our camera. Sorry about that.
So again, Lakers come up with a really big victory tonight, 35-27. 35-27 victory for the West Bloomfield Lakers over Clarkston. Team that's been a rival for year after year after year. And again, the Lakers come up with a really big victory tonight, and everything is really well. Let's send it down to Tyler Keefe now, who I believe is with Samaj Morgan. Tyler?
That is right, with Samaj Morgan. Samaj, a big game tonight offensively for your entire team, and great execution on the defensive side of the ball as well. What made the difference tonight to really take over this Clarkston team and dominate them all night long?
Well, you know, we know they got a great offense. They got a great running back, you know what I'm saying? So we made a vocal point like to tackle. This week we was tackling, we was doing a lot of tackling drills, you know what I'm saying? Today we did better on tackling than we did in the past couple of games, but we still got to work on it. So I think that the main part about us was our defense and being able to tackle that running back.
From the leadership side of the game, you see them coming out without their quarterback tonight. What did you say to your guys on the sideline, knowing that they're playing with their backup, not with their primary guy, and how we can exploit that to the Lakers' advantage?
Man, so when they came to me, they like, yeah, their quarterback not playing. I'm like, bro, I don't care, bro. If he in there, he can play, bro. So make sure we all on our, you know what I'm saying, we all on our stuff. And you know, we came out, we underestimated nobody. We came out, played our game, and came out on top.
Slash also with a great game last week in Stony Creek, and after a good performance here tonight, really for a great team performance. What does your team have to do next week to make that next step forward and take over in hostile territory at Rochester Adams?
Man, all we got to do is we just got to practice hard this week and lock in. We do what we supposed to do. We're going to be straight for next week, I promise you.
Smash, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Good luck next week. Smash Morgan. We'll back up to you, Dave. Get another one in a minute.
All right, very good, Tyler. Always good to hear from Samaj Morgan, and he's smart, you know, confident, but very smart to be concerned when you get a substitute quarterback into the game to not take him lightly, and it's good that they didn't. Samaj said that in so many words, and certainly. Sharing all that with Tyler just a moment ago after this huge victory. Your Lakers win 35-27 here on Family Fun Night. And as you heard Coach saying just a couple of minutes ago, it sets up for a really exciting week next week. A week that the Lakers, really, this is the pinnacle of the season so far. They got to 4-0. They beat Clarkston. They have a perfect record. They're in the lead, the commanding lead of the OAA Red. And now they're just getting ready for next week. And Rochester Adams, a team that they definitely want to get some payback with. So we are looking forward to that going on next week. And again, the coaching staff saying, "Hey, look, fans, come on out, be a part of it. We hope we get you back out here and you enjoy it." For the West Bloomfield Lakers tonight, you know, really doing very well. They got off to a little bit of a slow start, and it looked like it was going to be an offensive battle all night long. But right now, let's get the thoughts about that from the man himself, as Tyler is joined by the head coach of the Lakers, Coach Grice. Tyler?
That's a good idea. Yeah, a few more people to go up to and give some smiles and some handshakes, too, with the big victory tonight at home against the Clarkston Wolves. Your team came out with some fire under them, took a nice commanding lead, but then later on in the game, Clarkston had a chance to come back. You mentioned in the scrum at the end, you got to come with energy for that full game against Rochester Adams. What's your message after some late-game heroics from Clarkston, but ultimately a well-executed game plan from your Lakers tonight?
Well, you know, Clarkston one of those teams that you could never relax. They're going to get you on razzle dazzle. They're going to get you on a big play. You just got to make sure that you are alert on what they're trying to do. That last drive, we was out of line. We made a mental mistake where someone didn't cover their guy, and that brought them way downfield. So as long as we can cut down a lot of those mental mistakes and understand what you're supposed to do in that situation, we should be fine. But moving forward, I think we're getting ready for Adams. We're getting ready to play this game. It's an exciting game to watch, and we just got to get ready for them.
Penalties played a factor tonight for your West Bloomfield Lakers, gave some second opportunities to Clarkston, a couple of which they scored on. What's your team got to do to tighten things up next week, especially going into hostile territory against a well-coached, disciplined team in Rochester Adams?
Well, the last time we played Rochester Adams, we had a lot of penalties then. So that's one of the things I'm really going to harp on this week, to try to cut down a lot of our penalties and really getting our kids' heads to, like, you can't hold, you can't do those alignment things. These are things we can control. As long as we can eliminate issues that we can control, then we should be fine. But Adams, that quarterback, is the one we have to stop, and he's one of the guys that can like to roll out, throw on a run, can run up the gut on you. So again, here we had to start 34. This year this week we got to stop the quarterback. So that's the goal.
And plenty of weapons as well. His brother Tate Pico, another excellent player, Brady Prescorn, one of his primary targets as well. Plenty of weapons for that Rochester Adams team. Coach, thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Congratulations. A big win tonight for the West Bloomfield Lakers. You see on the scoreboard, 35 for the Lakers, 27 for the visiting Clarkston Wolves. Back to you, Dave.
All right, very good, Tyler. Thank you very much for your report. We're going to take a quick break, and we will be back in just a couple of moments to wrap this up. There it is, the scoreboard Tyler was referring to. Your West Bloomfield Lakers 35 and Clarkston 27. We'll take a break and be back in a moment. You are listening to the Laker postgame show here at 89.3 Lakes FM, Civic Center TV, YouTube, the Facebook channel, the West Bloomfield Schools, and all across Michigan on My Michigan TV. We will be right back.
Wake up, Greater West Bloomfield. Start your mornings with The Splash and tune in for The Splash Live. Get acquainted with people, places, and activities that are live, local, and for you. First thing in the morning, weekdays at 9:30 a.m. on our Civic Center TV YouTube page, or watch us live at Civic Center TV or on Facebook. The Splash Live, Greater West Bloomfield's live update show.
If your pet could tell you where you should shop for him or her, it'd be a place run by pet lovers. With hard-to-find food, toys, and gifts, with pet-friendly people and services, and great advice from people who really know pets, it'd be a place where his friends hang out, even that old guy, where there's a surprise around every corner. If your pets could tell you, they'd recommend Premier Pet Supply. But pets can't talk. Or can they? Premier Pet Supply, the place pets love.
Fire Prevention Week is just around the corner. Join volunteer, part-time, and on-call firefighters at this year's Fire Open House. Catch up on your fire safety knowledge with live demonstrations and hands-on activities. Chat with local businesses and resources about fire prevention, see some familiar faces, fight future fires, and make some new friends. The West Bloomfield Fire Open House, October 2nd from noon to 3 p.m. at Fire Station 1 on Orchard Lake Road.
Welcome back to Laker football right here at 89.3 Lakes FM, lakesfm.com. Dave Scott along with Tyler Keefe right down there on the field. And Lakers come up with a big 35-27 victory tonight back here in West Bloomfield. And it sets up, as we've been talking about, sets up for a great contest next Friday night. Tyler, it seems to get more exciting each and every week. And certainly next week will be the pinnacle as we take our entire crew, our cameras, and all of West Bloomfield right along with us as it is West Bloomfield and Rochester Adams. And tell everybody listening and driving home from the game why this is very important and special.
It's important because it's got history, recent history, and not so great history for West Bloomfield. Last year, first game of the year, right here at the Swamp, opening day, Rochester Adams comes into West Bloomfield territory and runs them off the field. A blowout victory that gave the Lakers a first loss of their season last year. Their only loss of the regular season, and their only loss until their final loss of the season in the playoffs by a 1-point score at Rochester. So going back in that same familiar territory. A lot of the same players on this team, a lot of the same players on Rochester Adams, and looking to take command, full command of this OAA Red Division. West Bloomfield, the last undefeated team remaining in the OAA Red. They defeat Rochester Adams. It's almost locked up for these West Bloomfield Lakers. We've talked about it from the jump. The thick of their schedule is really tough. Going against Clarkston, going against Rochester Adams. Then you're against Lake Orion and Oxford. And then you play a couple of teams outside the division, including Utica Eisenhower, always a contender. This is that first big test for the Lakers, like we talked about in the pregame, and they aced it.
Well, and it sets up for really a very interesting dynamic here, Tyler, for the balance of the season. It was interesting at the very beginning as the Lakers got off to some really good starts. We saw the Lakers play better than we thought they'd ever played. The team continued to mature and get better and better. So we have a team that's got a great history, a team that's playing really well this year, and now you give them the really big test, and they pass it. The next level is even a tougher test and an opportunity for the Lakers to get some revenge against a team that they have plenty of reason to want to get revenge against, and that's exactly the way we hope the season would set up. Then you got a lot of business still to do to not screw it up and get your way into a situation where we have never been since I've been here doing these games, and that is having the Lakers at the very top of the point standings, so everybody is coming to us. Let's paint a hypothetical. The teams can't do this, but that's what we media guys do. We're pundits. Sure. Let's paint the hypothetical. Okay, we beat Adams next week, gaining some experience and getting big-time point numbers from them. We go and we clean the clock of the other teams, and I mean that respectfully. We beat the other teams, fine teams in the OAA Red. Not an easy measure, but a handful, okay? And then that big test from Southfield A&T, who's outside of the Red now, but continues to grow that program, and we got to go play them there again this year. So now you get to a situation where the Lakers have never been. Maybe we're undefeated. Cross your fingers. Hopefully everything. Cross your fingers. Cross your knees. Cross your elbows. There he is. Tyler's
trying to cross my microphone if I can do that. It's not quite the finger flexibility.
Do everything. Cross everything you can.
Cross my legs.
Now you're the Lakers. So just imagine this, okay? And the stars all align, okay? So we talk about teams that we continue to compete with. You take a look down the road and you can see a collision happening. This is a mammoth collision happening, and you know who I'm talking about, Tyler. I'm talking about Belleville. And every time that we've had to play Belleville in the history of this program, we've had to play it there because they have these undefeated, amazing seasons where they get points. And for those who don't know, in the high school tournament, the more points you have, then you get to play home field games. We've played 2 home field games most years here in West Bloomfield, but never 3, and certainly not 4. So if the stars align and we get a situation where we got Belleville right here, first of all, in this amazing hypothetical season of ours that we just constructed, first of all, you and I don't have to drive all the way down to Belleville, which makes me very happy. And we get to broadcast here from the Swamp. But beyond that, Tyler, it sets up for a monumental season-ending game, and the Lakers then beating Belleville right here at the Swamp to go on to the state semis and eventually win the state championship. That is the dream. It's a beautiful night in West Bloomfield after a great victory, so why not dream a little bit? And that's, but it's a real scenario if the Lakers do the work.
Yeah, they got to put in the work. This OAA Red Division schedule only gets tougher next week, and then even their outside schedule, Utica Eisenhower, I mentioned earlier, Southfield A&T, you mentioned it's a team that's down in the division this year, exiting the OAA Red and going down to the Blue, but they're a tough team as well. Have played some really tough games so far this season, including against Clarkston a couple weeks ago, and physical team. Isaiah Marshall, a great quarterback for Southfield A&T, a guy that has some history behind him as well, was the first guy that Jim Harbaugh at the University of Michigan offered when he was in middle school. Then he looked toward teams that you'll also be contending against, like Belleville, that has that great young quarterback in Bryce Underwood. They're rated in the top 2 or 3 teams in all the rankings themselves. They're another well-coached team under the tutelage of Jermaine Crowell. A lot of teams to battle through for this West Bloomfield Lakers, a lot of lessons still to learn. And like Coach Grice said, got to play with energy throughout that game. Can't let your foot off the gas at all against a team like Clarkston. You learned that lesson with a couple of late touchdowns. Certainly not against a team like Rochester Adams next week or any of these OAA Red Division squads, Dave.
Well, and in that fantasy dream, it's not really a fantasy. It is the reality that we hope is going to happen. In that scenario, now that is a program builder. The Lakers go through that scenario, and now you're not just saying, hey, it was Ron Bellamy. Now you've got the continuation of a program under a new head coach who was there with Ron all those years when we built, and with a lot of stars on it. And you continue to create and build the dynasty. And we're already seeing it here with just the way the community, the school and the community is starting to respond to this team. You keep playing really good football, and people are going to show up on Friday night, and that's what's happening. We had another huge crowd here tonight, well over 2,500 people on Family Fun Night. So it's all working in the right direction. We couldn't be more thrilled. Team looked good tonight. Team got everything done they should have got done. They did exactly what we asked them to do at the end of the first half, and that was come back and take control of the game. They did. They kind of let Clarkston get back in it right there at the end. But nonetheless, when it really counted, the Lakers ran the ball right down the gut and knocked the clock out and was able to do exactly what you want to do at the end of the game. Good teams win games just like that. And I think we can conclude tonight by saying, hey, guess what? We got a pretty good team here in West Bloomfield.
Yeah, I'd say so. They're playing great football. They're getting deeper as the weeks go on, too. We saw a lot of action tonight, a lot of targets for Ralph Rogers in the backfield. Kenneth Jones had another big game following up last week with that 90-yard touchdown at Stony Creek, and he's playing great ball. Samaj Morgan continues to impress in all three phases of the game, and let's give some credit to Rick Nance as well. He played a great game at quarterback tonight, commanded that offense, set up his team well for success, and you don't play good ball like the Lakers do tonight without some pretty good play in the trenches, and the Lakers certainly were there on both sides of the football, wearing out this Clarkston team. Similar action needed next week against those Highlanders.
Well, and I like, too, my closing thoughts here, I like, too, how the Lakers did it, got all that work done, but still had an opportunity to have a little fun. And when I think about fun, I can't help but smile when I think about that touchdown pass from Samaj Morgan to Jaws there in the end zone. That came at a pivotal time of the game, and it's just one of those trick plays. You love them when they work. They look really ugly when they don't, but you love them when they work, and everyone's all smiles and high fives after that one. So good night to enjoy and celebrate. A lot of work ahead, but the Lakers come up with a big victory. They go to 4-0. They are the absolute leaders of the OAA Red in #1 position here. The pundits are going to keep them in the state rankings, and a big game next week. So, Tyler, unless you have any other thoughts that you want to add, don't forget, folks, next Friday night, Tyler, myself, and the whole crew will all be out at Rochester Adams. We'll get there early, get all the cameras set up, and have complete wall-to-wall video and audio coverage for you of what is going to be the biggest game in high school football in Metro Detroit, certainly in Oakland County. Your West Bloomfield Lakers taking on Rochester Adams. So, for our whole crew tonight, thank you very much. I hope you had a good family fun night. West Bloomfield High School, if you can show us a little picture of the school there, John Atwater, just by panning that camera up there. I just want to wish my alma mater a 50th anniversary as we celebrate that tonight. And you're looking good, West Bloomfield High School. And we couldn't be more proud of our community, our school, our team, our players, and our entire broadcast crew. John Atwater, great job tonight. Thank you very much to the Catonis on camera. The Catoni brothers do a great job bringing you this game. A big thanks to, Eugene, who came down here today, and then Jared and Calvin back in our Troy and our West Bloomfield studios and working so hard wherever they happen to be. And a final thank you to the people to make all this happen, the Greater West Bloomfield Cable Communications Commission, who are our bosses. So with that, Tyler, anything else?
No, I think that about wraps it up. Good showing for the Lakers tonight. Some improvements to make, but if this is any indication, they're going to play a very competitive game next week in Rochester Adams and a decisive game here in the OAA Red Division.
All right, look for this week in Laker football on Civic Center TV and on YouTube during the week with more recap of tonight's game. And until next Friday night, I'm Dave Scott for Tyler Keefe of the crew saying so long. Final score to the contest tonight, your West Bloomfield Lakers 35 and Clarkston 27. Good night, everybody.